nations are embarking on massive projects building solar plant that underlines their determination to reduce dependence on fossil fuel, explore the use of renewable energy, and move towards low-carbon development. Notable among these is the effort of Malagasy women, who have taken up the responsibility to light up their village Antananarivo. Up until the end of 2017, these isolated fishing village in western Madagascar had no access to electricity. Yolande, a fisherwoman, and her grandchildren used oil lamps as their light source. This was considered a setback, especially making study difficult for her daughters.
Voalohany tsy mazava, mijalijalo zay arak'asa, bakeo mbo mamparary koa amin'ny setroky ny abokiny, ny zaza mikohaka mainty aby morony.
This condition is unsuitable for anyone, and a little help could make a difference for Yolande and her two daughters. Years later, in this little village of Antananarivo, a solar project that will equip over 200 homes with solar panels has been initiated. For Yolande and other women in the village, this was a great opportunity. Yolande and 3 other women from the village took up the responsibility to train as a solar technician, and now they install and repair solar equipment, a skill acquired in India where they were trained as solar technicians.
Tamin'ny voalohany nandehananay baketo tebiteby ny fonay zay nandehanagna andafy igny satria zao tany zao tsy haintegna variana be ao mahita kany ino toky mahita ny jiro reo la mahafinaritra mahita ny jiro ny endy ventilatera mandeha soa tsisy raha tsy mahafinaritra ao resaky jiro zao mahafinaritra tsy maty jiro.
This project has changed the lives of the villagers, who can now continue to study, work, or cook in the evenings. From this life-changing project in Madagascar, the continent set out on a mission in 2018 to build the largest concentrated solar power plant in the world that will produce 500 megawatts of electricity, providing power to more than 1 million Moroccans, a country in the northern part of Africa. These magnificent solar power will reduce Morocco's carbon emission by 760,000 tons per year, equivalent to about 1% of Morocco's CO2 emissions of around 56.5 million tons in 2011, a project made possible by the vast potential of the IRENA's estimation, which pegs Africa's solar energy potential at 60 million terawatt-hour annually, dwarfing Europe's 3 million terawatt-hour.
Sur le continent africain, ça prouve que lorsqu'on utilise le désert pour mettre des panneaux photovoltaïques, ça marche. Et c'est un formidable espoir pour tous les pays qui ont beaucoup d'ensoleillement, qui ont des terres désertiques et qui peuvent couvrir ces terres désertiques par des panneaux photovoltaïques et donc produire de l'électricité. C'est un projet extraordinaire et je suis très heureuse d'être là pour 3 raisons. D'abord parce que le Maroc nous a beaucoup aidés pour réussir la COP 21 et on voit aujourd'hui une réalisation qui concrétise les engagements pris à la COP 21, la conférence de Paris sur le climat, et en particulier la montée en puissance des énergies renouvelables.
While this is so in Morocco, Togo, in a push to increase access to electricity and develop renewables in the small coastal country, launched West Africa's largest solar power plant.
La centrale Cheikh Mohammed bin Zayed de 50 MW Crête de Blita est la plus grande centrale solaire photovoltaïque de la sous-région utilisant la technologie des trackers solaires, ce qui permet d'augmenter le rendement des panneaux solaires en leur faisant suivre la course du soleil.
By the time we complete the additional 20 megawatt plus the battery storage system, this Plateau plant will be 70 megawatt plus battery storage system, which is definitely the largest in West Africa.
When completed, these magnificent projects will power almost 160,000 houses. Africa has established itself as a trailblazer in solar energy, owing to its extended duration of sunlit hours. Throughout the year, Africa enjoys a considerable higher amount of radiant sunlight compared to any other continent on the globe, hosting numerous of the world's most sun-drenched locales. South Africa, one of the leading economies in Africa, is the top country on the continent with regard to the use of solar energy deployment. One project stands as a testament to South Africa's large-scale renewable energy development, the establishment of the continent's first solar power airport in the regional airport of George, a town of just 150,000 residents on South Africa's south coast. This small site is Africa's first green airport to be powered by the sun. The control tower, escalators, check-in desk, baggage carousels, restaurant and ATMs, every service here depends on a small solar power station a few hundred meters away in a field on dandelions next to a runway.
I take pride in that we are one of the first airports to have it. We've seen a nice electricity cut, which is plus for me on the budget. I see and I recognize that gone are the days where power failures used to be a big thing for the airport. We no longer have those. Even though we do have our backup generators, we first get our source from our well-improved solar plant.
The airport solar plant was launched in September 2015 and became the second solar-run airport in the world after Cochin Airport.
It's very hard to pick a favorite, but let me just pick two. I picked Prophetess because Prophetess, brought about a shift. For me and for the entire Anthill studio, it was a shift. Prophetess and I'd say my latest work, or maybe the last, work, Jagun Jagun.
I must tell you, this is the biggest set ever in Nollywood. Jagun Jagun is exceptional. It's in the world of its own.
We wanted to create fantastic violence, something that people can enjoy.
Because everything you're going to be seeing in this movie is actually deliberate. This movie is 100. I'm not capping.
And I feel that with the sound, we can take you there. I'm a being there. All right, so I have an EP that was released 2 years ago, and of course some singles after then. So, but this year by December, I'm planning on dropping another 5-track EP of songs that I like. So this time it's not going to be focused on one genre, or it's just be songs that I like, songs that I just feel I want to share with people. And it should be in December. There's in the next few years from now, I'll say there's a lot more about it. I'm songbird than just writing songs and singing. I also intend to expand my scope in sound production and of course post-production to the ends of the Nollywoods and the Bollywoods. And so help me God. Thank you for having me.
I started the lifestyle niche in 2018. I was like 2 years after. The first year of photography is you just, finding your parts and then trying to, know where you want to stand. So it wasn't like 2018, I knew that, okay, yeah, what I want to do is lifestyle photography. I took pictures of a lot of people, but like the major picture that was like a breakthrough into the lifestyle niche was the pictures I took for Leo da Silva when he first got out of Big Brother. My last trip to Cape Town was more of a business trip, but I just mixed up vacation with it as well. The brand that started my trip had already, booked some certain things, but I moved my flights earlier. So I went a week earlier before the gig. One of the major reasons why I did that was I just wanted to, I also wanted to reflect on so many things that I've done so far for myself and for my brand, and then also just explore some parts of Cape Town in a creative way. So, I mixed more with South Africans in the country, like in the city rather, because I was just in Cape Town, I didn't go to another city. So it was a very, very good one, and then I was able to tell my story through camera. When you've worked so hard to earn something and then it's just like, okay, yeah, this is your thing. So literally he reached out to me, he texted me himself. Oh no, he told me I was in Cape Town. So he's literally one of the reasons why I even moved my flights closer. So I was in Cape Town and then he texted me and I'm like, wow, this Wizards player, that's so cool. So he texted me and he was like, oh yeah, he would like me to take some photos of him and all that. And I'm like, bro, I'm out of town right now, but I'll be back very, very soon. So I had to book my flights closer. And then when we came, boom, we walked. So I literally asked him, oh yeah, bro, how did you get to know about me and like before reaching out? So he told me even before he got to Nigeria, a couple of people where he's from already told him about me. Shout out to Shank. Shank already told me about it days before Kaisenas came. Like that was like really, really big, like still very big. It's just very, very cool when you've worked so hard to like a certain level. I mean, #1 lifestyle photographer in Africa, who else would they have called? The sneaker community has been a thing even before I started pushing it more than it is right now. A very big shout out to Laemi. I don't know if you know him, you understand? He's been doing really cool stuff earlier before I started pushing it. He's been doing some stuff via live video where people just join live videos and show their sneakers. He does a thing called 7 days rotation. So everybody just comes out, join the live video and show what they've been wearing for the past 7 days. And also like their biggest hits. Hits are like, let me use the word premium, like your most premium pair of sneakers and like most expensive and sneakers with like a very dope history around it that is rare. Do you understand? So, but like, it wasn't literally more than that, but like literally the sneaker community has already started around that period of time, and I'm sure there are a couple of people that might have been doing it that I don't even know about and we're probably not connected. But when I started it, I decided to take it to the next level with my creativity. I put so many people on it, created so many platforms to make people express themselves through sneakers. And then I literally like tend to talk more about it on my social media. Like I use my social media as a voice for the community. A couple of events and then Sneaker Fest happened, I headlined it, and that has been the biggest sneaker event that's happened in Africa. Honestly, it's a very, very beautiful mix. It's just like a producer and an artist living in the same building. It's literally a very good mix. Like, it doesn't go wrong. Like, the producer can wake up one day and be like, bro, I made one very nice beat, and then the artist jumps on it. So like the sneakers around, mixing it up with photography, like sneakers are very, very beautiful and they have very, very pleasing aesthetics. Do you understand? So you can just wake up and then my phone, my camera, I do anything. Do you understand? Like when I traveled with some pairs of sneakers to Cape Town, because Cape Town is a very beautiful city, like every picture I take is a hit. And then the fact that I love lifestyle personally outside photography, like sneakers would always match with my personality all day. Okay, from like really cool stuff and letting them know that I created a very, very solid community where creatives can, come together. Like not just a space where people just come and go. Like you can literally be in that space and learn a lot from people. The sneaker community is literally like a space for different communities from different parts of the world to unite and form up. Like it's not just coming to see what your shoes look like is also coming to network with different types of people, and you know, solid things can come out from it. Every day, like as humans, like whatever it is that you do, you face certain challenges every day when you step out of your homes. But I'm literally this kind of person that I don't let whatever challenges that I go through weigh me down. Like, you know, I just see it as something I cannot control at the moment, and I know that, oh yeah, I'll be out of it. But like in terms of the sneaker community, one of the many challenges that I feel like I and every other people have has to be the exchange rates. Like most of the sneakers are not even as expensive as we buy them over here. Do you understand? But like when they bring them into the country, ship them in and do all that and add everything that's included in it, like it just becomes unnecessarily expensive. So I don't know whoever gets to see this video and maybe there's something that can be done about that. Everything is a lifestyle, everything is part of it, you know. Like I've been training people since 2018, and then I've taught so many people different types of photography in different spaces. Do you understand? And I always say something to people. I always tell them that HL Academy is the future. Yeah, because we keep bringing out new creatives every period of time. Like every time there's a new creative that's coming out, somebody that is as bad and even badder than more people that everybody knows. You understand? Like, and what makes it easy is, you know, you find somebody that is young like you teaching you, and then first and foremost you're comfortable around the person. Like when you see me teaching my students, you literally think we're all guys, because first and foremost we are like, you know, we are like very, very chill together. First we're like gisting, we can literally talk about anything. Do you understand? So when you have somebody like that you see as a friend and the person is literally teaching you stuff, like you can easily, you know, get whatever it is logged in real quick. Consistency, because photography, cinematography, anything that has to do with visuals comes with a lot of patience, because you make so many mistakes. You know, it's just like lightning. If you want to shoot, no matter your gadgets, if you don't get your lights right, your shoots will just not be good. So everything is very, very important. So if you're not consistent with what you're doing, I don't think you can become, you know, a professional with it, because it takes so much practice to be perfect with what you're doing. So consistency is the major thing that I feel like every creative out there needs, because if you cannot be consistent with what you're doing, how do you want to get a hold of it? Do you understand where I'm coming from? And then also, networking is also very, very, very important, because these are crafts. Like, you can be very, very good at what you do, and if people don't know you, you might not get a chance. Daddy and mommy, if you're watching this video, I'm sorry, but I'm not advising anybody to be stubborn, but I was stubborn. I didn't listen to my parents at that point in time. Do you understand? I was, you know, I was getting them really late and they were not having it, but I did what I did. I did what I did. Yeah, like, you know, sometimes your parents definitely do want the best for you, but they might not know, but most of the times they might just be being overprotective. Meanwhile, I feel like sometimes they should also see things from your perspective, to also know what you want and what you're trying to achieve. So, you know, our parents think when you go to places, like when you go to parties, when you do certain things, when you dress in a certain way, or when you like do certain hairstyles and all that, they feel like you're already, like, you know, moving the wrong way. But like, sometimes they don't know that some of us are built different. Not everybody's going to be in the corporate space, and not everybody's going to do things the way people in the corporate world do it. Do you understand? So some of us are just built very, very different. And if you feel like you have that spark in you, please do not let it die. The mistakes that I've made that defined me, I mean, you know, like I said, I honestly do not count my mistakes. I just live like the present, and what's coming is what matters to me the most. You see, if I've made mistakes, immediately that mistake was made, I'm pushing it aside. So I might never remember the things that I've done that I probably think I didn't do right, because I'm like on to the next real quick. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I don't like to regret things. I've done whatever I've done. HLHQ is coming. Yeah. a space for creatives to unite and be able to express themselves, because there's literally no much platform for creatives in Nigeria, and I honestly want to use my platform to put that together in the best way that I can, because creativity matters a lot, and it feels like a lot of people are sleeping on the creative space. There's media, and creatives are in media, do you understand? But I need people to understand that creatives are different from other type of people. So that's why when you were saying something about creatives in the industry, I just made a joke about it, because creativity is different from normal. I want people to be able to discover that and know the type of strengths that creatives hold. There's no limitations, any type of creative, whether you're a designer, you're an artist. And the creatives I'm talking about, I'm not talking about musicians, actors or actresses. I'm talking about the real creatives, the ones that are barely seen. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Let's say for instance, a 3D designer, an editor, do you understand? A sound guy, just those types of creatives, people that they are the ones that help pay attention to details of perfection that you guys see. Do you understand? Let's say for instance, the video drops a music video. Boom, the music video, everybody gets to talk about the music video, but the whole production team involves over 70 people. Those type of people, those creatives, I want to create a space for them to express themselves more and be creative in their own way, because what you see is just projects that they put them on. I feel like I'm very, very unique, God's gifts, you can't deny that. And your personality matters a lot too. Sometimes not everything is about crafts. There are a lot of people that are out there that can even do better than I do in terms of photography. No cap about that. But how you present yourself to people. And they say something that your network is your net worth. Do you understand? You choose your people, choose your own people. Some people just want to be with everybody. And then people are just yo, where do you stand exactly? Do you understand? You can work for everybody and not be with everybody. They are two different things. So I think positioning matters a lot when it comes to a craft like photography, because it has a lot to do with personal lives. So nobody wants to be sharing too much with you while you're sharing with another person that they probably don't sit well with. Here's the thing, you see, when I said I want a voice for creatives, I want people to see it in a very, very deep way, because I went through a lot to give myself the voice that I have right now as a creative, because trust me, nobody really cares about a creative, because creatives do not produce clout, and people only like people that produce clout. Now, I'm not saying that in any bad way, but if I don't have anything to offer you, you don't want to be around me. Do you understand where I'm coming from? But only creative people know what other creatives can do and what creatives are capable of doing. Do you understand where I'm coming from now? Let's say, for instance, you're a business owner and then you have a talent and you have so much money to put into the talent. Whatever it is that you're investing in that talent would be more productive if you have a lot of creatives in your team. I want people to understand that without creatives, a lot would not be able to happen. Do you understand where I'm coming from? If you're a star, your stylist is a very, very creative person. There are some people that they're just naturally creative, and I want people to understand that creativity is different from normal. Each person in life are creative in their own way, but there are some people that creativity is their specialty. And I really want to give a voice for creativity and let people understand how much value creativity has.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
Send us iReport of happenings, authentic and verifiable updates around you. We want to see Africa through your eyes. Be an exclusive iReporter with News Central. Reach News Central iReport desk on WhatsApp 234-912-004-2643 to report breaking news. You can also send via email to iReport@newscentral.africa. News Central, Africa first.
In a world where information seems to travel at the speed of light and traffic at a snail's pace, where the agenda of those at the helm doesn't always reflect the pressures on the streets, where the rubber hits the road, where there's queue of issues needing to be interrogated in the name of speaking truth to power.
Welcome to a place at the table,
where we set the agenda,
table the issues that matter to you,
and invite you to take a seat at the table.
Welcome to today's edition of A Place at the Table. Sit tight, things are likely to get bumpy. I'm tabling what might be an unwelcome view for consideration. Is it a time for resilience or a time for resistance?
That's brave of you, Zuma. You're certainly swimming against the tide by the sound of what you're going to be talking about. I'll be highlighting the dangers of media capture as I explore the relationship between the Nigerian media and politics.
The media aren't the only ones in danger of being captured. My advocacy is titled A Captured Military. Welcome to the table, Mbaseke. Or should I call you Martin?
Call me Martin, is easier.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Well, the media and the military aren't the only ones in the spotlight. I'll be discussing the matters of captured judiciary in my advocacy. Dele, you're new like me. Should I be welcoming you, or we should be welcoming ourselves to the table?
Well, you know how it is. Some will say, why are we wasting time on greetings when the house is on fire? Perhaps I'm speaking of a captured nation where the rule of law, and indeed those who pretend to be citizens and think themselves citizens, are in shackles.
Now that you've heard the lineup, my earlier statement that things might get bumpy is probably an understatement. Dele has said it, no time to waste, so let's get started. The time for resilience and the time for resistance. Nigeria is undeniably in a storm. The harsh economic realities, soaring inflation, skyrocketing fuel prices, and doubling of staple food items have ignited a justifiable rage within the populace. The absence of commensurate wage increase has only amplified the public's discontent. We are all feeling the pain. Understandably, there is a growing clamor for protest, demanding everything from drastic fuel price reductions to wholesale overhauls of our electoral and judicial systems, to an increase in minimum wage, to free primary and secondary education. While the passion behind these calls is undeniable, the lack of clarity and focus on achievable goals is equally evident. It's a symptom of a larger issue, a communication gap between the government and the governed. Education from primary to secondary level has been free for years. The fuel subsidy, a well-intentioned policy, has contributed significantly to our economic woes. The government is far from perfect, but efforts to deliver and alleviate the current hardship are underway. Protest, while a democratic right, could make the situation worse. This is not the time to disrupt an already fragile economy. It is a time for resilience, unity, and trust in the government to steer us out of this quagmire. We must acknowledge that the challenges we face are as a result of years of mismanagement, corruption, and a lack of productivity. Quick fixes cannot solve it. What we need now is patience, perseverance, and a collective commitment to build a better Nigeria. Let's not sacrifice the promise of a brighter future for short-term relief. The time to protest may come, but now is the time to endure, to support, and to actively participate in building a nation that works for all. While the present is challenging, the future holds immense potential. By standing together and persevering through these tough times, we can build a stronger, more prosperous nation for ourselves and our children.
I think there's never a time that anybody will say that protest is time for protest or it's not time for protest. It depends on the individual. If you want to protest, you have a right to protest, and you should protest. And nobody should tell you not to protest, because you're not wearing my shoe. But if you don't want to protest, then it's okay not to protest. And I don't think there are any of the protesters who are saying to others that all Nigerians must come out and protest. So yes, the right one person has to protest is the right another person doesn't have to protest. But then we shouldn't tell anyone the right time to protest. Anybody, when it's their time to protest, it's their time to protest. And I'll give you an example. In 2010, when they did Occupy Nigeria, I didn't protest. Why? Because I wanted subsidy to be removed. But in that, I admired the courage of the protesters that were there and the fact that Nigerians could come together and, you know, advocate on an issue which we hadn't seen, you know, for a long time after the militarization that we had and all of that. And, you know, it's repeatedly, Nigerians have been insulted by the people who are supposed to serve them. You've seen the deputy speaker of the House of Representatives saying that, oh, they are weak. They're going to be at home sleeping, while people who are strong will be on the street. That weakness, it will follow him. Because people are dying of hunger. We have 4.4 million children who can't feed themselves. All of us sitting at this table, we won't say that we don't have 3 square meals. They've been spending money anyhow. How many? They've already bought a presidential, they've given allocated money for their presidential jet. I could go on and on, or better, I'll allow my co-host to speak, but at the end of the day, if you don't want to protest, please don't protest. Nobody is asking you to protest. But don't tell people when and how they are going to protest. It is their right, and they know what they're going through. And if we are okay, they are not okay, and they have the right to come out. Thank you.
Those who rule Nigeria are completely divorced from the reality of the Nigerian. They can pray money into inboxes, emails. They can tell us how they are planning to use the period when people are groaning in hunger to sleep in their homes and rest. They can speak the way they speak because they are not connected to the people that they rule. They are not touched by the pains of our affliction. In a country where the rulers are touched by the pains of the ruled's affliction, you will not have a president buying a jet as a priority in a country where we have the population of several countries in young people walking the streets uneducated. We have over 15 million children. Picture that. By Nigerian definition, children are those under the ages of 14, 15. Yeah. You have 15 million of them. And by the way, that is the United Nations telling us we have become so discounted that the state does not even know how many we are. So you have a situation where when you preach resilience in this situation, what the person is actually preaching is an acceptance of serfdom, or at worst, of slavery, because it is suggestive of an illusory hope that is saying that the future will be better if we persevere in the moment. But I am 56 years old. I have heard these same stories told as the country has grown progressively worse over the years. Young shall grow, greater tomorrow, the leaders of tomorrow. I got my gray hairs in unimaginable places now, and I'm still being told I'm too young to speak in this country of gerontocrats. And it's not as if these gerontocrats even have the brain capacity to envisage the future and to then take Nigerians into that future. What you have are a sybaritic lot who have been given completely to their appetites, base appetites. They are not consumed by any overarching vision of the future. They do not sit there at any point in time and conceive of a project that has lofty goals and ambition. Everything is informed by the need to steal.
So for me, I think that the most important thing that is making us protest or making Nigerian citizens protest is the fact that this administration has destroyed and killed hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Nigerians have gotten to the place where they have endured for over 1 year now. And they've endured Buhari's 8 years. Cool. And they've now endured another 1 year of extreme hardship and hopelessness. When you take, the only thing you shouldn't take from a man should be hope. And once you take hope from somebody, you take away his dignity, you take away his humanity, and you take away every other thing that he has. And so he can't even look forward to tomorrow. He doesn't even know if his actions are guaranteed. Whatever he does would yield anything. And this is why you now have suicide rates that have increased in Nigeria based on government's failure. And then you have a fractured economy. You fractured the economy. The economy wasn't this fractured when you came. And then you don't want people to protest because why? It's like beating a child and telling the child not to cry. And I think Nigerians have every right to react, and they react in such a way that they deem fit. Because we cannot have, like co-hosts have said on this table, that you cannot have a government that is so insensitive, a government that has taken away hope from people. People can't even invest these days. Nobody wants to go into business because you try to invest and you're not even sure. The uncertainties are crazy. Nobody is now having 5-year plan because you can't even plan. Dollar today is 1.6, tomorrow is 1.5, next day pounds is 2,000. You can't plan. I'm even talking about the middle class now. We've not even gone to the people who live on a daily basis that can't even, nothing concerns them with the dollarization of the economy, and all they just want is to buy gari, eat, and go to bed. You still go to bed at home. If you survive the day, you're not sure the level of insecurity will come to your house and kill you. So Nigerians are saying, we are tired of this because it doesn't seem like the government is listening.
I'd like to salute your courage for daring to be different. I hear you and I hear you loudly. You've talked about quick fixes cannot fix what we have on our hands in Nigeria right now. You've talked about short-term relief, endure, need for us to endure, time for us to rebuild, build a stronger, more prosperous nation. You've particularly talked about the communication gap between the government and the governed, and the fact that efforts are underway to alleviate the challenges we have. And I love everything. It's check, check, check for me. Because the way leaders think is different from the way followers think. Followers see, okay, this is the effect of what you're doing. A leader sees beyond what the follower sees and makes decisions based on what he sees that the follower is not privy to. So given that, I would say what we have had in time past, and some Nigerians have pointed us to it. I remember the Emir of Kano, Sanusi, when he was CBN, I think shortly before he stepped down from being CBN governor, said something about, see, what is happening in Nigeria, by the time it gets into full maturity, we're not going to find it funny. So we didn't just end up here. There was a build-up to how we got here from different leaders. I'm buying yam, a tuber of yam in the market at 10,000 naira. It is ridiculous. It's even beyond ridiculous. You cannot buy beans. I mean, foodstuff, just as you said in your advocacy, it's just, the prices are just off the hook. I don't want to continue experiencing that.
The government should communicate better the policies they are working on, the short and long-term implications of said policies, and give Nigerians a glimpse of the light at the end of the tunnel.
All right.
Navigating difficult times requires that we come to the table and ask ourselves difficult questions.
No sacred cows, right, Zuma? I'll be shining the torchlight on an institution I'm very much invested in. Exploring the relationship between the Nigerian media and politics. The Nigerian media has curiously always had a symbiotic relationship with politicians and political actors, and they've been instrumental in elevating their political activities. Historically, politicians had always been media owners in Nigeria. They own popular newspapers, TV and radio stations which they deploy for their political ambitions. And the list is almost endless. Chief Obafemi Awolowo owns Tribune newspaper. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the West African pilot. Chief Moshood Abiola, the National Concord newspaper, and other titles. Retired Army General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, the reporter in Kaduna. Kalu Ojiuzo Kalu, the Sun newspaper. The late Wanyao, Champion newspaper. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. And the list is almost endless. How objective can media professionals working in media organizations owned by politicians or politically exposed actors be? That's the big question. And this is the basis of the accusations of media capture bandied by some activists. Remember guerrilla journalism? It thrived during the military era. And in spite of the ownership history, the Nigerian press has always been formidable and fearless. It still is, given the spate of arrests of journalists by the state presently. We are inherently biased as individuals. We use different lenses to view the stories we report as a result of our orientations. But what sets journalists apart is the application of objective methods in the stories they tell. Bill Kovach and Tom Rosenstiel in The Elements of Journalism say the discipline of verification is what separates journalism from entertainment, from propaganda, fiction, or arts. I add that what separates the citizen journalist and the partisan content producer from the professionally trained journalist is the journalism of objective methods rather than good intentions. The media are a crucial component in meaning-making, the purview of cultural studies. The media, therefore, makes sense of political party messaging, convey and interrogate campaigns and manifestos of political parties. They must not goad or incite the people. They must reflect the challenges, rather. They must reflect the yearnings and aspirations of citizens in the stories they tell. The Nigerian media needs to work on staying on the news more and prioritizing solutions journalism, developmental journalism in the multitude of complaints and despondency in the country.
There's been a question in terms of about journalism as to whether journalism is really supposed to, there's no bias in stories. And I think that is something, that's a theoretical question and debate when you're studying media and communications. But I think that there has to be, because you're human. However, it's got to be balanced. And you're supposed to then allow people to have their own, put out the story, no matter how, and then allow people to get information and make their judgments, make their judgment and opinion. But I think that by and large, it is going to be extremely difficult to say that politicians, and not just politicians actually, have permeated the media, their journalism, but also corporations and big business owners. They also use that to drive home certain narrative. Right now, we are talking about genetically modified products.
GMOs.
And yes, GMOs. And big corporations are entering the media, trying to change the narrative of the dangers of these genetically GMOs. And so we need to, at the end of the day, consider one thing that I always say, humanity. First of all, you are human before any other thing. And how many more years do you have to live for you to try to change a narrative that you will not be alive for too long to enjoy or benefit from? So why don't you just do the right thing?
The Nigerian press is not different from the Nigerian judiciary or the Nigerian police or the Nigerian customs or the Nigerian clerics, for that matter. So when you're talking about the Nigerian press, let us be clear. I have rarely opened a story in any Nigerian newspaper without being able to tell who paid for that story to be there. I can't recount the number of tragic things that has happened in this country that the Nigerian press has decidedly on its own, without prompting by even government or any of its agencies, refused to publish. Routinely, the Nigerian press censors itself. I know that you have a lot of guerrilla...
For national interest, for the sake of national interest.
Who determines national interest in this case? Who determines national interest? That's another story entirely, because exactly what is in the interest of the Nigerian state that the rulers have ever done. So when we begin to hide behind all these their terms, national interest and the rest, is just a way to continue covering up the truth that we don't want to expose. The internet and social media has made it that much more difficult to conceal the truth. But yes, I concede, irresponsible level of journalism is going on at that level because of the untrained nature of the practitioners. Yeah. But the trained practitioners in the media houses in Nigeria, exactly how unbiased are their reporting? How much oxygen are they giving to contrary views? How many media houses in Nigeria, how many, in truth, can afford to tell the truth?
Well, truth is expensive, and you have to pay a lot, you have to sacrifice a lot. When you say the truth, there's a lot of punishment that goes with it. Yeah. Unfortunately, in Nigeria is the kind of country where by doing the right thing, you're actually being punished. The media is supposed to be the watchdog of the society, but it isn't. And like daily...
Do you mean totally or parts of the media? Because if you say it isn't, then it's...
No, it isn't. It isn't.
It's an industry problem.
Yeah, it's not. Currently, it's not. Yeah, you might have some... When they say in the land of the blind, one-eyed person, one person might do one thing, but it isn't, honestly. The media has actually failed the nation, and it's supposed to be that conscience of the nation. It's supposed to be one that is educating, the nation. But at the end of the day, they say who pays the piper dictates the tune. And I totally understand why politicians would own media houses. They want to ensure that they drive narratives. They want to be assured that they control information, because information is everything. But unfortunately, in the words of Judicial, we said social media has democratized media. And so that has enabled a lot of people to be able to have voices and speak. We've gotten to a place whereby you can actually speak. Citizens can speak, and those who are in government are forced to respond, unlike those days when we didn't have social media, and then they can control what article is published or what is not published or what story it is. When you're talking about national interest, I find it laughable when we talk about this national interest, especially when it comes to the insecurity. That's where they actually use this term. People are being killed, even up to right now, but there's a media blackout. They are not being reported. In Abuja, terrorists are coming in to take people from their houses. There are people who are not sleeping at night because they have to keep guard. They have to be out. In neighborhoods, citizens are coming together to guard their places. We're going through so much but the media, there's no report. And then we're saying, in the interest of national interest, don't put those things out. But citizens are being killed. Businesses are being destroyed. And so these are really serious things that are happening.
Okay, so the media used to be the place we go to for having a balanced, objective information so we can form an informed opinion, right? But that is not the case today. There are so many narratives, so many agenda being funded by different groups, different parties. And it's quite sad because an average Nigerian struggle with informed access to well-organized information. We are not very good at researching. We are not very good. When we talk about bandwagon effects, that is a major cause of the bandwagon effects.
Herd mentality.
Herd mentality. People just want to parrot what others are parroting. They actually can pause to critically think. But then you can't blame them of the inability to critically think when they don't have access to objective information. It's quite sad where we are, but due to where we are at now, the quality of journalism is very, very poor. And it's largely due to the pushing narratives and guiding opinions. I'm trying to look for the right words. I don't have it. But largely, when you see a news article now, the caption has already given you a preconceived opinion even before you read the article. And sometimes most of the things in the actual article is totally different from the caption. So there is...
Are we conflating what we read on social media with traditional media? Because
I'm talking
again,
about even things being put out by traditional media, even things being shared on here like this. So if you are not someone who will go back to verify, who will even actually open the article from traditional media to read what is inside the article, you will just keep parroting and keep going with what is untrue. And it's largely due to this idea that we want to be viral, we are pushing for clicks, or if it's largely a clickbait mentality. I love your advocacy, particularly about the fact that the media needs to be objective. I don't know how we are going to get there, but it's absolutely important for our future for us to have an objective media such that access to information will not become a chore.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's about the discipline of verification. Where the integrity of the gatekeepers is compromised, they're rendered impotent, and the gate may as well be thrown wide open.
Funke, you may as well be speaking of my topic on a captured military. Who is watching over our nation when the watchmen are compromised? Today, my advocacy is going to be on the Nigerian military. The Nigerian military has forgotten that its allegiance is supposed to be to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and not to whoever it is that occupies the office of the president. The duty of the Nigerian military is to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria and not to tell citizens how they can protest or not protest. The military should focus on the terrorists, bandits, and kidnappers that are threatening the lives and properties of this nation. Over the years, we have had the Nigerian military degrade itself to the level where they can be called upon by a governor to kill peaceful protesters who were merely demanding to be protected from the brutality of the Nigerian police, as we saw happen on the 20th of October, 2020. I will stop here and take a quote from the speech of Army General Mark A. Milley, where when he was transferring responsibility as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to Air Force General C.Q. Brown Jr. And he said, "The Constitution gives purpose to service. It is that document that all of us in uniform swear to protect and defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That has been true across generations, and we in uniform are willing to die to pass that document on to the next generation. The Constitution makes the American military unique. We don't take an oath to a country. We don't take an oath to a tribe. We don't take an oath to a religion. We don't take an oath to a king, a queen, or a tyrant, or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the ideal that is America, the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it. When will the Nigerian military get to the point where their oath is only to the Constitution and not to a dictator, a tyrant, or an illegitimate president?
You used a lot of words, and I think we should deal with this by dealing with those words. The first of those words, Constitution. Nigeria does not have a constitution. You have Decree 24 of 1999 that was written by a band of military bandits in cahoots with their civilian collaborators. A few well-meaning men were involved in that exercise. But when you have the people who have not written their own constitution, you cannot, in such a circumstance, speak to citizens. Citizens write constitution. They write the rules based on their consensus as to how they wish to govern their space. They are the ones who then determine what kind of constitution should we write, how should we structure our country. The last time the Nigerian did anything remotely like that was in 1962, when we moved from the 1960 Independence Constitution to the 1963 Republican Constitution. In actual fact, to create a fourth region, there had to be a plebiscite. The Western Regional House of Assembly had to pass the motion by a 2/3 majority. The Federal House of Representatives in Lagos equally had to pass that motion by a 2/3 majority before the Midwestern region was created. Since that time till today, we now have 36 states. In the country that we have managed to evolve, no thanks to the military who have forced the constitution on us without consultation, we now have 37 states effectively with the intervention of the Supreme Court that has now turned Abuja into our 37th state. We have 774 local governments, and all of a sudden, local governments are being created on the basis of land space. So you don't have a constitution. Let's start with that. When you factor that into the thinking, the madness afflicting our military will become easier to understand. The military in Nigeria is not there to serve a constitution. It is there to preserve the Nigerian state, which is essentially a criminal enterprise benefiting a few whilst holding the larger majority captive. So the Nigerian military does not serve the Nigerian people. It serves the purpose of preserving the state. Whether that be at the expense of killing each and every one of the people who pretend to be citizens and have deluded themselves into accepting that lie. Because citizenship does not exist in a space ungoverned by law. But then I'll be running into the topic that I hope to be speaking to. But just understand, you don't have a constitution. Your military is not the same as the American military, where that lofty quote came from, and we are certainly not citizens.
You know, I like what you said about preserving the work of the military is to preserve the states and to defend it.
I didn't say it's to defend it. I said it's to preserve it.
Preserve.
Yes.
I thought I heard you say defend as well, but I particularly heard preserving the state, and I like what you've spoken to in that context. But I also know that for every president in the country is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, which means the president oversees the military. However, if we look at the history of Nigeria and the military we have today, we see this, they're at the very foundation of this country, and they've been involved in the administration, even if it is, we call it ruling. They've ruled in parts. And progressively, we've seen the deterioration of the Nigerian military to the extent that there is huge corruption in terms of whether they're buying arms and ammunition, and how the Boko Haram saga has been handled by the military, really. And I found myself doing making an advocacy in the past about how the military has degenerated, you know, progressively in the past. And what we've seen today is that the Nigerian society has been militarized. So we find all kinds, apart from the main military, we find all kinds of people in uniforms. So there is this culture of people in uniform in Nigeria, in addition to the military. And we've seen professionalism in the military dwindle. And I hear you loudly, Aisha, when you say the military is in this particular state. Again, in the past, you didn't see the military on the streets anyhow, because they were almost always in the barracks. They only came out, you know, during particularly, you know, special times. But nowadays, what do we see? They're everywhere. There are roadblocks there. So it makes them ubiquitous again. So hopefully, you have made your advocacy. I love it, and I have spoken to that in the past as well. I hope that this capture of the military will be looked into, and the president, who is the chief commander-in-chief of the armed forces, will look at how we have allowed the military to be so commonplace in Nigeria.
I think that we need to, first of all, examine the symbol of the military. And if you ask me, the first thing that shows you that this is a military officer and this is a civilian is camouflage. And it will interest you to know that the Nigerian military, Nigerian Army Defense, has not paid the person who designed the camouflage of Nigeria till today.
So that makes them captured. I don't understand.
I'm getting somewhere because you've got to at least
criminality.
That is criminality.
Yeah,
that's intellectual property theft, right? So you've got to account for yourself and for your people for you to be able to have some level of legitimacy. The camouflage the Nigerian army wears is designed uniquely using the 36 states, including the FCT.
So it was wrong
map.
now. It should have been 37 states.
Yeah, but it's now that it's 37, but it was designed before.
No, it was designed recently.
Oh, okay.
It was designed recently,
okay.
6 or 7 years ago. So you look at that and you see how the Nigerian state works. It's a criminal enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
And once you see that people are not accountable, people don't, there's no legitimacy, first of all, so there's no accountability. So people just begin to do things anyhow, and you don't expect the same person who is wearing the camouflage who is stolen to then defend you.
Okay. Yeah.
That's an indigenous camouflage.
I'm struggling with what you're saying in the sense of it. Are you saying that the Nigerian military is illegitimate?
The uniform that represents them is illegitimate.
Had it always been like that?
Because I said the camouflage was designed less than 7 years ago.
Okay. And they refused to pay the person who designed it. That's what he said.
And they are using it. They are wearing it.
Interesting.
And they are bullying the person, basically.
So just like what we had during military era,
the person.
Where they bullied all of us.
And the matter is in court. So it's not even a question of rumor. It is what is really happening. And you can't do that to your citizens.
Let me point something out. They understand that the uniform they wear confers impunity on them. So when you dare to wear the same thing, you are suggesting that you have been licensed to act with impunity. Absolutely. We will show you that you are
let's come back to Zuma.
I think the Nigeria's military lack of desire to have civilians wear the same garb as them is largely due to impersonation, and it stemmed from the military role. There was a certain authority they had that they feel like civilians should not be able to take advantage of them. I think that should change now. We left military role more than 22 years ago, 25 years ago. So we should be able to move past all of that. And it's quite sad that Nigeria is at the point where we are using the military to settle internal situations. Yeah. I'm surprised that the military are putting their mouth in protest among citizens. It's very, very sad. And I think this calls to question the capacity of our local security institutions, the police, the civil defense. What are they doing? So if they can't enforce law and order on a national scale, what precisely are they doing? Again, that needs to be addressed. And back to what Dele said about Nigerian constitution. Beyond the constitution, there is no Nigerian identity. What makes a Nigerian? An American can clearly define what makes an American. But a Nigerian cannot say what makes a Nigerian. We don't have an identity, and it's important for the government or for the NOA, again, back to them, for us to define what it means to be a Nigerian, such that we can have something to defend and something to be proud of.
Thank you so much. And I think taking off from that issue of identity, we don't even have a nation. So we need to build our nationhood to be able to do that. And I love the way Dele put it in terms of, what I was thinking about is that this is what happens when people are conditioned. We're just conditioned to believe the Constitution, that it's not even really that of we the people, and we've been forced to accept it. And over the years, criminality becomes something you accept because you're just,
but I thought we had a sovereign national conference at some point. So
there was a 2014 conference. But of course, the moment General Buhari came to power, it was the first thing he threw in the dustbin. And it's not in our character to revisit anything in the past. We'll start something brand new. So I'm sure they will.
Because of course, when it's brand new, it's
they'll
not
vote more money.
Yes, pipe that.
That's when they'll be praying money into email accounts.
But anyway, confusion about where allegiance is owned has turned the protector into a predator.
I would agree and add that a breakdown of accountability has sealed this dysfunctionality. Judicial accountability. The Nigerian judicial system has suffered significant capture. In 2022, one informed commentator actually described the shape of Nigeria's judiciary as follows. Nigeria's judiciary appears deep in the throes of being reshaped as an estate defined by filial and genital relations to facilitate transactions of political power. Judicial capture in this manner is an attack on judicial independence, a constitutive attribute of the judicial branch. The attendant absence of transparency in judiciary appointments and accountability have cascaded into worsening record of human rights violations, abuse of power, sexual and gender-based violence, and police brutality without justice in the court of law. As a result, there is a drastic reduction of trust and confidence in the judicial system, such that many victims are compelled to resign to fate due to the subversion of justice or vigilantism.
Yeah.
The perception of citizens and keen observers on the lack of faith in the judiciary due to judicial capture has increased to 72% as far back as 2022, in comparison to 67% in 2020. The conversation around judicial accountability and reforms should not be left to lawyers and politicians alone. It is a conversation that should be had with all citizens and those who mean well for the country and the continent at large. As citizens, we need to combine activism and the role of civic responsibility to combat judicial rascality and wrest the only arm that guarantees citizens equity, justice, and fairness from the hands of politicians, business owners, and powerful corporations. There is also a need to address the issue of capacity building to ensure heads of courts are strengthened with necessary tools required to carry out disciplinary sanctions, investigations, research, and build solidarity where needed.
Like Dilly said earlier, every aspect of our institutions has deteriorated over the years. But it's surprising that we still have sexual and gender-based violence in the judiciary at this age and time, and no one is talking about it. Like, how? I thought the judiciary, they are meant to be the highest echelon of responsibility, of accountability. At what point did it go wrong? And what can we do to address this? I'm not particularly sure I have the range, because even the rot that you're describing is very strange to me. Like, how? I still very much believe in the Nigeria judicial system. So I'm surprised that it doesn't work, because my experience of it is quite different. So I would like you to share more on, when we're talking about judicial accountability, what precisely are we talking about?
You mentioned sexual and gender-based violence. If a woman is being deprived of her rights and she's being violated, and you run to the judicial system, the first point of call, which is supposed to be the police, right, which is part of the judicial system, actually, the first thing you're saying, so what were you doing there? Why were you out at night? Maybe your husband, not supposed to beat you. So these are the things you get to experience in your daily interactions with the judicial system in Nigeria. And this level of subversion of justice, you see what is black and what is white, you call it black. You see what is black and you call it white. So it is pervasive. And not just that, the fact that I put that quote initially was very, very key. The Nigerian judicial system has been captured from the point of entry, the appointments. Judges, heads of courts are appointing their children. Your CJN, the outgoing, will be out by next month, has his son being promoted from the High Court to Federal High Court. His son's daughter appointed her to be FCT High Court judge. The brother is heading the account. So it is just everywhere. And it's not just him. And the ones that are not biologically related to them, they are...
The kingsmen.
Not just kingsmen, they are having sex with them, sleeping with them.
That's a grand allegation on national TV.
It's an open thing that we know. People in the bedroom. Wike's wife has been promoted to Court of Appeal. Why is she Court of Appeal? Why is she in the Court of Appeal? Is it not because she's married to Wike? And that's because of power.
But I don't think it's just this administration. I think progressively, for me, apart from Justice Oputa panel and the landmark that was in the Nigerian judicial firmament, I haven't seen anything of note that one can celebrate in the judiciary.
So when we're talking about the judiciary and how captured the judiciary is, let me explain to you. Let's start with the fact that in Nigeria, politicians shop for judgment. For me personally, I think the bad governance we have in Nigeria today, especially within the democratic setting from 1999 today, it's largely due to the Nigerian judiciary. A lot of people that shouldn't have gotten into power got into power because the judiciary gave it to them. And I'll give you the case of Wike. Wike was never supposed to be Rivers State government. But guess what happened at the Supreme Court? They said that the card reader is not, what did they call it? It's not admissible in the court. So therefore, whatever happened, the number of people that were more than the people who had been accredited, you cannot come and you had your numbers, you went on. Ahmed Lawa recently, you saw what happened. Someone that didn't even participate in the primaries, he didn't participate in I think that's primaries they call it that they did, but at the end of the day, the Supreme Court will say, because of technicality and whatever you're supposed to put it in this way, you didn't put it in this way, and then he got it. So this is the way you can clearly see how compromised. I think Rotimi Amechi also, there was a drama that happened before he got on. So we've had a lot of, the judiciary being compromised. And I can tell you something, with the insurgency also that we have, it's because people can't get justice. They take the laws into their hands. That's why when you see people that have interacted with terrorists or bandits or insurgents, when they meet with them and talk to them and hear them, they now come out as if they are defending them. Because at the end of the day, it's either that it's the issue of where there's no justice. Even the Boko Haram that we have today that has terrorized us for over a decade, it comes from extrajudiciary killings that happen. It comes from, people being, they don't have helmet, and then you go on and kill them, and you get to that, even to the extent where they say, by the time they took the Chibok girls, they say, the Nigerian government has captured our women also. We have to do. So in a way, honestly, the judiciary has actually failed. But I can tell you that the politicians right now, they don't care about the mandate of the people.
Yorubas have this worldview. You say, and then it emanates in one of our proverbs. They say, "Ilutiko sofin, eshel nibe." When you translate that, what he's saying is that a place that is shorn of laws cannot have crimes. Or essentially, there can be no sins where there are no laws.
A law without consequences is a suggestion.
But you see, what the Yorubas are saying, when you are familiar with Yoruba culture, you know that it is impossible for the Yoruba to think of a place that is devoid of laws or that has no rules. They would never think like that. Yorubas have a systemized society that tells you how you place a broom, what to do. We have systems of taboos, all kind of rules. But what the Yorubas are saying in that proverb is that a place ungoverned by law, that is a place where the law does not enforced.
You can do no wrong there.
You can't do any wrong in that place. So they are suggesting a place that is governed by impunity. They obviously had Nigeria in mind. The first thing that was lost before Nigeria became lost was our judiciary. Without the loss of the judiciary, the Nigerian people will not be in the mess that we are in today. Ordinarily, justice is suggestive of a situation where the right thing is done, equity is done. You make sure that the process of getting to the decision is equally open to everybody, so there is equality and all of that. But beginning from the office of the CJN of this country, the current occupier, practically to the very last or least of our magistrates, the corruption is earth-shaking. There is nothing like justice except you are particularly blessed. We have to understand the fact that our judiciary requires urgent root and branch review. But then, what part of our country does not require the same?
This is a conversation that is foundational to the stability of our nation. And like I said, it should not be left to lawyers and politicians alone.
Before we can speak of accountability, there must first be a respect for the rule of law. In the absence of respect for the rule of law, who are you holding accountable? Impunity reigns supreme. Where there is no rule of law, there is no citizenship. The doctrine of citizenship as it is found in Nigeria is premised on the fact that you are a member of a tribal group and or a member of a religious order. We do not have a template that is blind to ethnicity or religiosity in determining the rights of those who are trapped in this space and are euphemistically referred to as citizens. There is a relationship between the rule of law and the sanctity of citizenship. You really cannot speak to citizenship when the rule of law is absent. The rule of law is that leveler that says, irrespective of your office or whose son or daughter you are, all citizens are equal in the eyes of the law. It is only the supremacy of the law that counts. We're saying that the state and the citizens are beholden to the law and the law reigns supreme without fear or favor. By contrast, where the law is wholly dependent on the subjective interpretation of one man, where the law is what a man says, we cannot speak of citizenship. To cite an example, in what universe is it okay for the convoy of the army chief to kill over 450 persons that are believed or are lied to that they are citizens? That was Buratai in Zaria. There are some citizens that these are citizens that they are sworn and they are under they've sworn under oath to protect. They swore to protect these persons. Yet in this aberration of nationhood, the murders could be justified because these were Shia Muslims, not Sunni Muslims. We haven't come around to talking about the horrible thing that took place at Lekki Toll Gate, rightly called a massacre by the panel set up by the government itself, where citizens were killed in broad daylight. Yet we speak of citizens in such a country. Citizens, law-protected persons for whose lives the state has an obligation to give an account. Let me remind you, in South Africa, in spite of the fact that they had an apartheid regime in place, the persons living there could not be killed with the kind of impunity that has been visited on the Nigerian, governed by fellow Nigerians and not in an apartheid state. A country where a policeman, an agent of the state, can brag that he will shoot you and nothing will happen, and he's merely telling you the truth. Where the president declares, blithely, he declares and determines a thing, and it happens. He's the imperator. We can build a coastal road without public bidding. We can do what we like. We can build a road at, I think, 4 billion per kilometer. That is the country where we are living. Where the president is more or less like the Sultan. He reigns with impunity. It is nothing short of a centralized monopolization of power. Nothing short of it. There is no citizenship in this space. We are therefore dealing with a situation where the rule of law has overtaken, where the rule of men, the impunity of men, it has overtaken the rule of law, and the Nigerian is left with a delusion called citizenship. It is anything but citizenship when the law does not rule.
What are your benefits of being a citizen? I remember working in the menstrual health space. I've always said, what does a child born in Nigeria today have as benefits from the country, such that we cannot even say we as the big brother in Africa or as the giant of Africa, you know, all those phrases we used to describe ourselves, cannot even begin to give one sanitary pad to a girl child, a pack of sanitary pads to a girl child every month. Yet we are oil rich. We're always saying we have oil, but we have not been able to speculate and say, you citizens of this country, this oil-rich country, this is what you benefit when you're born. A child is born today. What do you get from the state? We're not even there yet. So where do we begin to define this citizenship? Which is why Nigerians will run to the US to go and have children, to birth babies. Yeah. They will run to the island, run everywhere but here, because they know that once you're born there, you have certain privileges that is, you know, conferred on you by virtue of being born on the soil.
Where there's no rule of law, there can't be any citizenship, because at the end of the day, you're not seen as a human being. And one of the things that is so sad is the fact that a lot of citizens, Nigerians, everybody wants to get there and be the one dishing out the injustice and also that lack that happens. And one of the things also we do is a way where we justify things. When people are different from us, we feel that, oh, anything can be done to them. And that has enabled, you know, this lack of rule of law to continue. And when there's no rule of law, there's always shortcuts. And Nigerians love this shortcut. And that's why when someone is doing something about process, let's follow the process, Nigerians see it as weakness. When citizens understand that they need to be citizens, when Nigerian people understand that they are citizens, that we should not just survive in this country, we should live and we should be treated right, then we will take that and begin to ensure that we do it. It comes at a sacrifice because, yeah, some of the shortcuts that we usually would enjoy, people want to enjoy, it won't be there for them, but we need to get to that place.
Nigerians, generally, we are not very big on systems or process or structure. An average Nigerian is always looking for shortcuts. How do I jump this hole? How do I get ahead of other people? And this reflects in everything we do, from how we queue to get on the bus to how we behave in public places. Even on election day, we don't respect other people, and we also don't respect ourselves. And that is the basis of all of this. The presidential decree thing is just a fallout of the military rule.
Yeah.
Interesting. And in the past 25 years, no one has been able to entrench processes and systems in that place to ensure that, because we don't build a nation around an individual. We can only build a nation around systems. Institutions. So if we don't have strong institutions, whoever that is in the position of authority can and will always take advantage of the situation.
But the first thing about rule of law is basically rule of engagement and rule of relations.
Right.
That is how simple rule of law is. It is rule of engagement. Okay, for example, you know, so when we're talking initially, and you know, we were talking about the protest and whether or not it should go on, and I talked about crisis management. So the first thing a government will do will be to say, okay, we'll allow you protest. However, military, police, whoever they are bringing, security agencies, this should be a rule of engagement during this protest.
Right.
What does the rule of engagement talk about? First of all, supremacy, citizenship, human rights. People have the rights to protest. Now, within the ambit of this law. And so we are going to engage you this way. If you do this, if you act this way, this is how we'll respond. But do not act.
I've been seeing that.
But there is no clear rules of engagement.
Getting around the table and asking ourselves those difficult questions is where it starts. Some of us have been at it for a lot longer than others. Is our expression of citizenship.
That's right.
Join us again, 8 p.m., same channel, next week. Till then, it's goodbye from all of us. Thank you.
Goodbye for all of us.
Bye-bye
for all of us.
Hello and welcome to News Central Television. I am Likon Onobanjo. The top stories at this hour. Heavy security in major cities as End Bad Governance protest enters final day. Senegalese opposition accuses government of planning political witch hunt. Brazilian government declares 3 days a national mourning after 61 killed in plane crash. Details to come your way shortly. Let's begin with updates on the End Bad Governance protest. As the protest enters day 10, the supposed last day of the demonstrations, some residents of Gaskia Dan Magaji area of Usasa in Zaria, Kaduna State, have raised fresh concerns and allegations against the Nigerian army. The residents allege that apart from Ismail, whom the Nigerian army confessed to have erroneously killed in Samaru, other persons escaped with their lives after being shot at by the soldiers. Among those who made these allegations include a grandmother located at number 88 Ungwan Fatika in Gaskia Dan Magaji area of Zaria. The residents also revealed that there were other persons who lost their lives from gunshot wounds. And joining us to give updates of all that transpired in the area is our correspondent, Emmanuel Bagudu, at Gaskia Dan Magaji in Zaria. Emmanuel, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon from Zaria. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you reported that not only Ismail Samaru in Zaria was allegedly shot and killed by a personnel of the Nigerian army. Is there any available evidence to support the claim that others also suffered such a similar fate?
Yes, I have like tens of hundreds of evidences of people located at Gaskiada Magaji, at the Wusasa area of Zaria, Kaduna State, who have confirmed to me that others were also shot. There are a lot of people who were shot and they died in hospital. And right now I'm in the residence of Balaraba Usmanu, located at 88 Angwan Fatika Street, Angwan Fatika in Gaskiada Magaji, who was shot. And then, of course, but residents rushed her to the hospital. And then, of course, the physician actually released, remove the bullet wound from her leg. So I'm here with her. The bullet with her, holding the bullet. Of course, we're going to speak to her. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mama, Gamana, Paru.
Ni dai ina zaune a can gurin da surakaina. Wannan tana nan ga yara haka. To muna zazzauna kawai sai na ji abu ya saukan mu. Ni ina ce ma jifa ne, na ce musu duk ku tashi mu shiga ɗaki gashi an fara jifa. Miƙe wannan da zan yi tsaye kawai sai na ga jini ya barke. Su ma sun rude sun rasa inda za su shiga, me za su sa su tare. Sannan aka je can satsan waccan surukar tawa ta yi maza ta kwance ɗan kwadinta ta ɗaura gurin. Sannan da aka tafi aka je aka kira likitan ya zo ya duba. Ana ta yi ma sai aka ce ba shi ba ne. Ana ta wanke na rami fa ya shiga ciki.
Sai kafa aka je aka ce aka ga ciki ko?
Sannan kuma
so what she's trying to say is that she just had a shot on her leg. She thought it was an ordinary stone until when she was bleeding all through. Until when she get to the nearest pharmacist, and then she discovered that this bullet was what was released from her leg.
Yeah. That's quite sad, I must say, Mano. I'd like to find out, has any of the army authorities reacted to this allegation?
Yes, this is the last day of the protest, and we're just going a bit ahead of our normal business to cover the protest. And just to get what is, by the time we enter Zaria, the residents of, because Gaskiada Magaji is actually the entrance to Zaria. And then Samuru Zaria actually is the last entrance to Zaria from Kaduna State, because it connects to Giwa and then of course Katsina State. So they were surprised that they saw a story about Ismail Mohammed, and who is located at Samuru as in Zaria, and then the story was not reported. They have to block us to report these cases. That's the reason why we have to come here and just oblige them and tell them that actually we didn't know about their story. That's why we're here. So this bullet, this Gambo is holding, the Gambo confirmed to us that this bullet was actually removed from her leg. This is the injury she got. That's the injury. The bullet was removed from this particular injury. So this is the live ammunition. So it's just drop it on my leg, on my hand, sorry. Okay, so this is it. Yeah, this is it. Then of course, it was removed from this place.
Okay, Emmanuel, that's quite sad to see and say at this time, and we're actually hoping that she will feel better as soon as possible. But then I'd like to find out, has the Nigerian army been activated to partake or to intervene in the end bad governance in the country? Because one would wonder why they would actively get into this act.
Yes. It's very important. That question is very important and very, very useful. Because the protest has not ended until 12 midnight today. After the protests have finished, at least by 12 midnight, we know that the 10 days later for this protest has ended. Then the aftermath of the protest, which is one of these which you just reported, is what we are going to approach the army to give their own side of the story.
We definitely need to know.
I can tell you for free that the people of Gaskiada Magaji particularly stop us to tell their story, because they told us they have lost a lot of young men from the shootout on Monday, and we only reported that of Sam Rosaria, which is Ismail Mohammed. So that is an allegation they are raising, and they said it's the only one reported that the army responded to, according to what they are saying. I have a lot of them that would like to speak to confirm to us that this is the situation. So
okay.
Gambo, can I magana? Gamba.
No.
Da ya mana abin da ya faru.
Abin da ya faru na dawo daga an yi man waya lokacin na fita, so aka ce in zo ga matsala ya faru da mamanmu. Ina zuwa sai na zo na ga nan saman gwiwanta ya fashe. Aka ce ma ai harbi ne aka yi, na ce mata ko dai dutse ne yara suka jefo. Aka ce a ba dutse bane.
An ce ba dutse bane.
Ba dutse bane. Aka ce sojoji suka zo suka yi harbi ya zo ya same ta. Shine sai na ce to bari mu tafi asibiti. Mun je ana dubawa, ana wankewa, ana tusa cizo cikin kafanta, yayi rami sosai. Sai aka ce a to ai akwai bullet ma a ciki. Sai muka ce to da Allah a yi mana aiki a cire. Shine na aka cire, ga yanzu ga bullet a hannunmu. Saboda haka nan mu kani ga Allah mu na roƙo dai.
Bullet din kenan?
Bullet ne wannan.
Bullet din kenan. Okay, just so he just said that he was just going about his normal business. Just within the community, he was told that one of his mothers were shot. And when he came, he said it cannot be a bullet. He just said it's not a stone. Because he noticed there was blood flowing everywhere, they took her to nearby hospital. I discovered that this bullet was what is inside her body, and then of course they removed. He said he asked who shot. He was told that it were the soldiers that shot. Allegedly, we must still confirm that it is allegedly. They say it's allegedly. They allege that it's the soldiers that did the shooting on Monday.
Okay,
this
Emmanuel,
is what was removed from her leg. Yeah.
Okay, Manuel, just before I let you go, I need to confirm something. Did the end-bad governance protest in Gaskia, Danmagaji, did it go south? Was it violent? Probably that was why the Nigerian army had to step in. Then you would wonder where the police was as at that time, that had to be the army personnel that would do this.
Okay, Gambo, an ce wai shi zanga-zangan da ake yi na lumana. Wai an yi fada ne a zanga-zangan domin akwai police ai me ya kaso jiji a cikin wannan batun. Wai an yi fada ne a zanga-zangan ne da aka kaso da wannan bullet din zai shiga kafan mama?
To mu dai mu sani ba. Mu dai tana cikin ɗakin, tana kofar ɗaki tana zaune kawai. Aka ce an yi harbe kawai shine wannan abu ya zo ya faru. Mu tun dai ba ta fita ko kofar gida ne ba.
Kai baka sani ba. Akwai wanda zai ga mana ko an yi fada wannan a zanga-zangan gaskiya.
Emmanuel.
Dan samaru sun ce su ba su zanga-zanga ba. Ba wanda ya zanga-zanga ba. Okay, to shikenan. Okay, this man is going to tell us whether there was a violent.
Okay, just in about 30 seconds so that we can move on.
He's going to tell us. Okay. Ga mana an yi zanga-zanga, an yi fada a zanga-zanga.
To alhamdulillah mu dai gaskiya mu nan ba a fada ba. Saboda
why are you saying that there wasn't a fight? Sharp.
Wato ba ya fada ba gaskiya. Tun ba wani abu da zai kasance a ce an yi na hargitsi ko na abu haka kawai. Abokai muka ji shi ba wani
amma akwai wanda suka shigo suna sace muku wayoyi.
Babu.
An gama. Why are you saying that there was no fight? I still asking whether there are hoodlums that came in to collect their phones, steal their properties, loot their shops. He said there was nothing like that.
Okay.
Nothing like that. They all of a sudden they just heard gunshots and this happened.
Well, a lot of words we'll need to hear from the Nigerian military at this time to get more perspective to this. Emmanuel Bagudu, thank you for sharing the details with us. We'll keep tabs with you as you continue to investigate or interrogate this matter. Thank you so much. Let's move on now. Hundreds of police officers and security personnel have been deployed across major cities nationwide as organizers of the End Bad Governance protest prepare for a 1 million man march to culminate their 10-day rally. Protesters across the country are demanding a reversal of the fuel subsidy removal, an increase in the minimum wage to 250,000 naira, and an end to bad governance, among other issues. The organizing groups have threatened to shut down the entire country on Saturday to emphasize their demands, criticizing President Bola Tinubu's Sunday speech as inadequate. Sonyolu Jumo, national coordinator of the Take It Back movement, stated that the August 10 protest would mark a pivotal moment in the nationwide End Bad Governance in Nigeria campaign. Now, after a brief hiatus, the End Bad Governance protest in Lagos has ended, with organizers citing escalating violence and safety concerns as the primary reasons. On day 10, marking the final day of the demonstrations, News Central's Igbalani Yomoni visited several protest hotspots in Lagos to gauge public sentiment. Residents and remaining protesters alike share their views on whether the End Bad Governance movement achieved its intended goals. Well, we'll bring you details of that particular report later on or in our subsequent bulletins. In the meantime, Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang has convened a town hall meeting with various youth groups in the state. News Central's Chizoba Anyonwe reports that the agenda includes demands for the reversal of the fuel subsidy removal, a reduction in high electricity rates, and measures to alleviate the general economic hardships faced in Nigeria. The meeting at the Government House in Little Rayfield, Jos, includes Governor Mutfwang, his deputy, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, top government officials, and representatives from different youth groups across Plateau. Also in attendance are heads of the state's security agencies who have been instrumental in supporting the End Bad Governance movement. Further details on this town hall meeting will be provided in our upcoming bulletins. In the meantime, the state governor has further relaxed the curfew previously imposed on the Jos-Bukuru metropolis. The governor, Caleb Mutfwang, had initially set a 24-hour curfew on Sunday in response to violent protests and looting by hoodlums in Jos North local government area, Plateau State. The curfew was later eased to permit some movement. According to a statement from the governor's director of press and public affairs, Gyang Bere, free movements will now be allowed between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. starting on Saturday. Away from that now to political matters, several elder statesmen in Nigeria and leaders of thought have also known as the patriots have called on President Bola Tinubu to commence the process of restructuring the nation in the interest of peace and unity. This was as they met with the president in Abuja, where they called for a new constitution that will reflect the wishes and yearnings of citizens in the country. Amadine Uyi reports.
The meeting was between Nigeria's elders of thoughts, also known as the patriots, with President Bola Tinubu. They called for the restructuring of the present system of governance in the country.
If Nigeria is to effectively tackle its myriad challenges and to achieve its potential as a politically stable democracy, it must restructure its present governance system to truly federal system.
They expressed confidence in the president's credentials as a pro-democracy advocate to take the lead towards achieving this task while making their request known to the president.
We have come to appeal to you to send to the National Assembly the president's executive bill, which would call for two important measures. First, the convening of a National Constituent Assembly with the mandate to produce a draft People's Democratic Constitution.
President Bola Tinubu promised to consider their request.
I've listened to you carefully. And this is not a group that you ignore. It's a group of patriots reflecting the heart and aspiration of the society.
He adds that all leaders must work towards ensuring peace among citizens.
Avoidance of chaos is necessary to build this country and move its aspiration across the line for the benefit of all of us.
The patriots also urged the president to dialogue with protesting youths over the End Bad Governance protests and mandate security operatives to end the use of force against the protesters. In Abuja for News Central, I am Amadine Uyi.
News Central now will continue after this short break. Do stay with us.
For decades, the Niger Delta oil-producing region has suffered losses from oil theft and pipeline vandalism, which has led to Nigeria losing billions of foreign exchange worth of crude. But with the engagement of Tantita Security Services, pipeline vandalism and oil theft has reduced significantly. Tantita Security Services is an internationally recognized security outfit based in Delta State. Tantita specializes in providing professional security solutions to the oil and gas industry through a strategic partnership with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, with over 1,000 plus field agents, 30 plus operational and combat boats, 10 ground-to-air drones. Tantita is changing the narrative around security in the Niger Delta. Tantita Security Services, dedicated to putting an end to oil theft in the Niger Delta.
Send us iReport of happenings, authentic and verifiable updates around you. We want to see Africa through your eyes. Be an exclusive iReporter with News Central. Reach News Central iReport desk on WhatsApp 234-912-004-2643 to report breaking news. You can also send via email to iReport@newscentral.africa. News Central, Africa first.
I love to make a difference as a journalist because when you speak to the situation or the people affected, that's when you get the full story.
And so we go all out. The protest was ongoing and it was peaceful across the plains for real-time stories.
And it was the longest bridge until the 6th of October bridge was completed in Cairo, Egypt.
Knee on knee. This is News Central.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
It's not just news to us, it's our voice and our story. It's our report, how we tell African stories for Africans, with detailed, timely and authentic reports. News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
Many thanks for staying with us. The main opposition, People's Democratic Party, has appointed former Osun State Governor Olagunsoye Oyinlola to lead a 25-member National Reconciliation Committee. The PDP has faced internal strife following its recent presidential primaries, won by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. According to a statement from the party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, the decision to form the committee was made by the National Working Committee with approval from the National Executive Committee. The committee's inauguration date will be announced to all relevant parties. From the south to the east, Abia State Governor Alex Oti says the former Commissioner for Health, Ngozi Okoronkwo, was not found guilty of financial mismanagement, according to the report submitted by the investigative committee. Oti made this known during his monthly media chat at the banquet hall of the Government House in Umuahia. He also directed the Commissioner for Lands and Housing, Chaka Chukwumerije, to resolve the crisis at Unity Estate in Umuahia South Local Government area, ensuring that allottees do not lose their allocations unjustly. The governor added that while the government is considering future engagements with some attractive institutions, it has not borrowed any money since he assumed office.
So, and we understand that government on FM, Flow 94.9 FM, Family Love.
I work with News Central TV. Your Excellency, sometimes.
Good evening, Your Excellency. My name is Ezechu.
The Honorable Commissioner for Land and Housing is seated here, and he takes the assignment right away to get into the Ohia and ensure that the right thing is done. We do not tolerate lawlessness, and no one should have the right to go and pull down a building. Even if there is a dispute, there are channels to resolve disputes. People are not allowed to take the law into their hands. Before she resigned, the committee that was set up turned in its report. Going through the report, there was no financial impropriety established, but there were conducts that were not consistent with laid down policies and procedures. And since she offered to resign, the government decided to accept her.
Let's also tell you that a former commissioner for technical education in Delta State, Joan Onyemechi, who was kidnapped 10 days ago from her church in the state capital, Asaba, has regained her freedom. The kidnapping incident had resulted in the deaths of a policeman and a civilian. The spokesperson for the State Police Command, Bright Edafe, confirmed the former federal lawmaker's release but did not provide details. While reports indicated that the kidnappers had demanded a 1 billion naira ransom, it remains unclear whether the ransom was paid before she was released. Despite efforts in Nigeria to improve educational access, significant disparities remain between the male and female gender. Women, particularly in rural areas, are often faced with challenges that have led to alarmingly low literacy rates amongst the higher percentage of them in the country. News Central's Chidima Ona examines this issue in this report.
Posted by Statistens, revealed that women in northern Nigeria have the highest percentage of women who cannot read, with Sokoto leading the charge by 78.3%. According to analysts, this is partly a result of the belief in those areas that women are made for more domestic roles outside of the classroom or learning environment.
Women are treasured, but treasured in a very different way that affects their social emancipation, as it were, when you define that from a global context. So this is exactly the reason why illiteracy rates among women in the North will be significantly higher than those in the South.
Available reports, however, suggest that the future of learning in Nigeria may be at risk if access to education for all genders isn't prioritized and guaranteed.
I mean, I've had
instances where their friends that are made, male, and then they would have their sisters. The male, we all went to higher education together. But the female, quite a number of them by 17, 18, they're married. So until we tackle this issue of child marriage, I'm not sure that we're going to see much growth in terms of the literacy rates.
While efforts are ongoing to entrench equal access to education for both genders, many Nigerians are clear on the value of education for women and young girls.
Education is valuable in terms of it helps us to do more than what the country has tagged women to be. Mainly just to get married and start bearing children and stuff. But it gives us more power. It enlightens us to know our rights. It enlightens us to know what to do in some certain situations. And mainly, if women are not important, God won't create them.
The same way you push hard for male child to go to school, to get educated and be informed, same way you should push for women also. We have women doing beautiful things in the society. We have we have and the likes of them. We are a lot of them that are doing fine in society.
While the campaign to bridge the learning gap between the male and female gender in Nigeria continues, the notable strides made by well-educated women in the country may be a testament that efforts in that direction are efforts in the right direction. In Lagos for News Central, Chidinma Ona.
Thank you so much, Chidinma, for that report. Coming up on the news, Senegal opposition accuses government of planning political witch hunt. We'll bring you details in a short while. Do stay with us.
For decades, the Niger Delta oil-producing region has suffered losses from oil theft and pipeline vandalism, which has led to Nigeria losing billions of foreign exchange worth of crude. But with the engagement of Tantita Security Services, pipeline vandalism and oil theft has reduced significantly. Tantita Security Services is an internationally recognized security outfit based in Delta State. Tantita specializes in providing professional security solutions to the oil and gas industry through a strategic partnership with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, with over 1,000 plus field agents, 30 plus operational and combat boats, 10 ground-to-air drones. Tantita is changing the narrative around security in the Niger Delta. Tantita Security Services, dedicated to putting an end to oil theft in the Niger Delta.
Welcome, Senator. How you doing? I'm talking about Honorable Shinabella. Chief Dele Mamudu. Welcome to the album, sir. How you doing? Welcome to the album, Iyabojo. Ohimai Atafo, Fiki James. Welcome, Messi Lambo. Upi Franklin. Welcome, Pretty Mike. Mr. Macaroni. Depa Adedayo is my guest. High five.
Yeah, I'm going to be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
That will happen.
Being one of the people that started Nollywood, how would you say that was like for you? How was it like for you? Take me through your journey.
I'm more inspired by poverty than anything else. We had a poor background. My father wasn't rich.
Well, now let's talk about you. We're going to talk about you, your personal life, what you love to do. And of course, we cannot have you without the controversies. You're managing Yang Yang and a couple of people. Do you think you want to regain your spot back?
I'm not trying to regain a sport. I'm there.
The album with Ria.
News now continues in West Africa, where Senegal's former ruling party has alleged that the new leadership is orchestrating a witch hunt following the recent appointment of several judges to replace those perceived as loyal to the previous regime. The statements from the Alliance for the Republic follows a meeting of the Supreme Council of the Judiciary, chaired by President Bassirou Diomaye Faye, where several new judges were appointed to key positions. Faye's administration, which assumed office in April after a decisive electoral victory, has pledged to reform the system, improve living conditions for the Senegalese people, and ensure greater accountability. From other continents, we tell you that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says authorities remain on high alert this weekend amid concerns over potential far-right riots in English towns and cities. Starmer noted that the swift action by the criminal justice system, including judges issuing lengthy sentences to some rioters, has helped deter further violence. His remarks follow 2 nights of relative calm across England after a week of near-nightly unrest in over a dozen towns and cities, triggered by a deadly knife attack that claimed the lives of 3 children. And now, for more on this, I'm joined by our international correspondent, Afia Hagen. Afia, good afternoon to you. You are at the site of one of the day's anti-racism and anti-fascism marches. What is the feeling like there? Well, Afia, I can actually hear you.
Here, it's a different scene now from a couple of hours ago, where this area was absolutely packed with people at a Stand Up to Racism rally that was organised, taking place all across London. There's quite tight dispersal orders, so people who were here an hour ago have been moved on. And these protests are taking place up and down the country. Reports of protests taking place in Glasgow, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Manchester and Cardiff. And it's all about protesters standing up to racism, standing up to the right-wing riots that have taken place across the United Kingdom, mainly in England, and a few protests in Northern Ireland over the past week or so.
Okay, well then we'll see Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying that the UK must remain on high alert. I'd like to find out what the reasons are for that particular warning.
Absolutely. Today, a few things. You actually have also people traveling like have turned out to be with that level of violence. So there's likely to be some overlap with all these elements: anti-racism protests, far-right protests, and people travelling to the football. Almost 6,000 specialist officers have been deployed up and down the country, so a heavy police presence to try and keep the peace with all these elements overlapping today.
And we are aware that the British monarch that has not been in camera and in public for a while now finally made some comments on this particular situation. Can you tell us what he said?
Yeah, the calls have been growing louder for King Charles III to say something about these protests and perhaps to unite the country. He has said that he praised the community spirit that has countered the aggression. That's referring to the anti-racism protest. He's asked to be updated every single day on what's been happening. And it's not the fact that the King has requested to keep across the topic shows perhaps how much concern he does have for these situations. Now, King Charles III at his coronation pledged to be a defender of all faiths. He had representatives of the Jewish and the Muslim communities as part of his coronation, and we know how strongly he feels about community projects. He can see what's happening on the streets, and he can see what's happening in communities up and down the country. Now, it's thought that he will partake in some visits to some of the affected areas, but when things have quieted down for security concerns, and also because he understands the cost of security in those areas when he goes to visit. Now, we had a similar situation with riots in 2011. Then the Queen herself didn't go and do any visits afterwards, but King Charles III, when he was Prince Charles, did visit areas that were hit by riots afterwards to try and encourage community cohesion. So it's thought that he is very concerned about what is happening mainly in England.
Quite interesting and trying times in the UK right there. Afia Egan, thank you so much for sharing the details with us. Away from that, we now tell you that Palestinians rallied in the West Bank city of Ramallah to denounce the Israeli strike that targeted a school housing displaced people in Gaza City, killing at least 93 individuals. Rescuers in Gaza said an Israeli airstrike on the religious school housing displaced Palestinians killed 93 people on Saturday as Israel's military accused militants of basing themselves there. Hamas denounced the dangerous escalation in the northern part of Gaza, which came after international mediators invited the warring sides to resume next Thursday talks towards a long-sought ceasefire and hostage release deal. Jordan's foreign ministry said the timing was an indication of Israel's efforts to obstruct and thwart the peace push. Now, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has declared 3 days of national mourning following the crash of a plane in southeastern Brazil late on Friday, which resulted in the death of all 61 people on board. The airline operating the flight, Vopass, confirmed that all 57 passengers and 4 crew members died. The mayor of Vinhedo, a town in Sao Paulo state where the crash occurred, along with state officials, confirmed that there were no survivors. The aircraft was traveling from Cascavel in Paraná to Guarulhos International Airport in Sao Paulo. Brazil's Aeronautical Accidents Prevention and Investigation Center has launched an investigation to determine the cause of the crash. We also tell you that on Saturday, Moscow launched a counter-terror operation in 3 border regions adjacent to Ukraine to counter Kiev's largest cross-border offensive in over 2 years. On Tuesday morning, Ukrainian forces crossed into Russia's western Kursk region in a surprise attack, advancing several kilometers. In response, Russia deployed additional troops and equipment, including tanks, rocket launchers, and aviation units to halt the advance. Under Russian law, security forces and the military are granted extensive emergency powers during such operations. Ukrainian leaders have remained silent on the offensive, and the United States, Kiev's closest ally, was not informed of the plans beforehand. Let's talk business now. According to World Bank Group Finances, Nigeria's federal government is repaying $10.6 billion in loans obtained under former presidents Olusegun Obasanjo, late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, and Goodluck Jonathan. Nigeria's domestic debt has been put at 65.65 trillion naira, while external debt stood at 56.02 trillion naira. Recall that in June 2024, the Debt Management Office said as of March 31, 2024, Nigeria's domestic and external debts stood at 121.67 trillion naira. Price of tomatoes have dropped by 58% in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital, for the first time this year, bringing respite to households and reducing pressure on them. A recent market surveyed across Lagos shows that a big basket of tomatoes currently sells for 50,000 naira as against an average of 120,000 naira some months ago in Mile 12 market in Lagos. A small basket of tomatoes now costs 6,500 naira against 13,000 naira in the period under review. Possibly this could ease inflation and cost of living issues if it continues and is also experienced across the nation. In the world of sports, as the IHF Women's Under-18 World Cup in China approaches, Nigeria's national Under-18 women's handball team is ready to face the challenge. Head coach Shitu Agbola expressed confidence in his players, citing their impressive track record of securing podium finishes in all 4 tournaments they have competed in. However, Coach Agbola has also voiced concerns about the lack of necessary support for the team. Team captain Esther Matthew echoed the coach's sentiments, emphasizing the need for greater backing to ensure the team's continued success.
I would like to put my words in 3 perspectives. First of all, the support from the Federation. I would really want to thank the Handball Federation. They've done beyond limits. They've exhausted themselves, I know. They've really been on these girls, giving all the support they can. That's on the Handball Federation of Nigeria. Then going to the Ministry of Sports and the government of Nigeria. In all sincerity, the government has not been encouraging. They've not supported these girls in any ramification, I can assure you that one. And in this China too, is the same story.
We have our president, and we are thankful to God for bringing him to us. And we are pleading to Nigerians, the ministry, to also help with financial support. Yeah, we actually, as a team, we don't have corporate wares, we don't have track and all, and we are going for.
Following Team Nigeria's disappointing performance at the Paris 2024 Olympics, Nigeria's Minister of Sports Development, John Eno, emphasized the importance of drawing lessons from their experience and preparing for the 2028 Games in Los Angeles. He made these remarks during a meeting with journalists at the Nigerian Embassy in France. In response, Nigerian athlete Peter Moreno has called for a thorough reform within the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, urging the ministry to remove those who are hindering the progress of the nation's athletics. Away from that, Kenya's marathon runner Eliud Kipchoge pulled out of the marathon race at the Paris 2024 Olympics. The former world record holder Kipchoge, who won gold in the 2016 Rio Games and in Tokyo 2021, pulled out due to what seemed like a hip injury gotten during the race. The 39-year-old withdrew just after the 30-kilometer mark, at which point it was 71st, more than 8 minutes off the pace. This put an end to his ambitious attempt at a 3rd consecutive win. Kipchoge then turned to fans and handed over his shoes, bib and socks to supporters, receiving a rapturous reception. Refugee athlete Manisa Talash was disqualified for displaying the words "Free Afghan Women" on her outfit during an Olympic breaking battle in Paris. The Afghan, who was competing for the refugee Olympic team as B-Girl Talash, had the message emblazoned in large letters on a cape she wore in a pre-qualifying battle against India of the Netherlands as the dance sport made its Games debut. Talash lost but was later disqualified because political statements and slogans are banned on the field of play at the Olympics. Talash, who is originally from Kabul, lives in Spain and is one of the 37 athletes competing for the refugee team. And that's all at this hour, but before we go, we take a look at some of our top stories again. Heavy security in major cities as End Bad Governance protest enters final day. Senegalese opposition has accused government of planning political witch hunts. We also told you that Brazilian government has declared a 3-day national mourning after 61 killed in plane crash. You can send your eyewitness report to the WhatsApp number and email on your screen. Do follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. You can also watch News Central live on DSTV channel 422, StarTimes channel 274, Avo TV and YouTube. Many thanks for watching. I am Lekon Onabanjo.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
My name is Aisha Yusufu. I've been given a place at the table to say things the way they are. There are a lot of people who are nameless, faceless, and voiceless, and they have to be seen in our country because we believe no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian. Join us on News Central.
Welcome, Senator. How you doing? I'm talking about Honorable Shinopela. Chief Dele Mamudu. Welcome to the album, sir. How you doing? Welcome to the album, Iyamojo. Ohimai Atafo, Fiki James. Welcome, Messi Lambo. Upi Franklin. Welcome, Pretty Mike. Mr. Macaroni. Depa Adedayo is my guest. High five.
Yeah, I'm going to be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
That will happen.
Being one of the people that started Nollywood, how would you say that was like for you? How was it like for you? Take me through your journey.
I'm more inspired by poverty than anything else. We had a poor background. My father wasn't rich.
Well, now let's talk about you. We're going to talk about you, your personal life, what you love to do. And of course, we cannot have you without the controversies. You're managing Yang and a couple of people. Do you think you want to regain your spot back?
I'm not trying to regain a sport. I'm there.
The album with Ria. Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV. Stories that put Africa first.
This season of Big Brother Naija is a must follow. Follow every twist and turn with eyes wide open. Because even when the journey begins with chemistry, chaos follows. Strap in for 2 journeys in one house. Big Brother Naija Season 9, showing 24/7 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 49. Gold sponsor, Guinness. Black shines brightest.
Skin bleaching has become a widespread phenomenon in Nigeria, particularly among young women. According to a recent survey, over 70% of Nigerian women use skin lightening products, making Nigeria one of the largest markets for these products globally. Social media platforms are flooded with advertisements and testimonials promoting skin bleaching, further fueling the trend. For Toyi, skin bleaching has been a daily ritual for the past 7 years. According to her, she says it gives her a clear complexion and protects her from the sun. But over time, her skin has become irritated and dark spots have appeared. She's less than 40 years old, but she seems much older. Dermatologists have since raised alarm over the growing trends of skin bleaching, which can sometimes lead to life-threatening diseases, especially for women.
And, they may just end up complicating issues.
In Nigeria, lighter skin is often associated with beauty, success, and prestige. The media perpetuates this notion, often featuring light-skinned models and celebrities. Additionally, the desire for social acceptance and self-esteem drives many to seek a lighter complexion.
Healthy skin is beyond putting on cosmetics, which is what a lot of people think skin is about. It starts actually with good diet, a good and balanced diet. What you put in matters.
It's very essential that we're able to have appropriate treatment for skin diseases and early. So early diagnosis and treatment is essential to be able to have the best outcome. And that's where seeing a dermatologist is important.
Some of the health consequences attached to skin bleaching include skin cancer, liver damage, permanent scarring, and disfigurement. Dermatologists have called for a combined effort to promote natural skin color and public campaigns that highlight the dangerous allure of skin bleaching. In Lagos for News Central, Adesha Wild Sugar.
Workers suffer low pricing, low recommendation, isolation, and the lack workplace culture.
If all is said and done and policies implemented, more resources will be allocated to these rural areas because they need it more.
Fuel subsidy plays a critical role in maintaining affordability and accessibility, particularly for those who rely on fuel for transportation and livelihood.
What then is democracy if we can't exercise a core responsibility such as voting? And this would lead to digital divide and marginalization. By allowing individuals to bear firearms, we are not only increasing the personal liberty to protect, defend, and guide themselves, but also decreasing crime.
This is because our educational systems and society do not foster entrepreneurial spirit.
The impact of this argument is that if organizations and entrepreneurs can save costs on mundane tasks, they can be able to further expand on other locations.
Talking about potentials without how it impacts on our development is like explaining and explaining without evidence.
The stage is set.
We just stand by the sidelines and fold our arms while our infrastructure is depleting, our educational sector is in problem, our health sector is in problem, or do we take up actions as active citizens to ensure that these issues are properly addressed by our government?
Which school will take the lead? The Youth Leadership Development Program YLDP is here. Are you a student of a Nigerian tertiary institution? This program is designed to equip you with the tools and leadership skills you need to make a positive impact in your community and be a strong advocate for change on national issues. Women and persons with disabilities are especially encouraged to apply. Don't miss this opportunity to enhance your skills and make a difference in the world. This program is proudly organized by the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund and Leap Africa.
Welcome to another thrilling edition of the Youth Leadership Debate Season 2, the platform where young Nigerians from various universities across Nigeria lend their voices to salient issues facing the country, making a difference in their communities and inspiring a culture of youth advocacy. In the last episode, while Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Group 1 and Bayes University both secured qualification for the next round, the University of Abuja and the University of Lagos remained inseparable. Therefore, a supplementary debate would be required in that matchup. In this episode, we will feature the 3 remaining fixtures to wrap up the second elimination round. However, before we join the contestants on the debate stage, let's meet our judges.
We have 2 teams from the University of Ilorin who will be proposing and opposing this motion, teams 4 and 3. The proposition team has Ali Aminat Alolade and Olowo Kereganiyat. For team 3 from University of Ilorin, we have Oloriyomi Adebimpe Covenant and Ayodele Peace. And our topic of debate is human social interaction is currently being destroyed by contemporary technology.
Human social interaction and contemporary technology have become increasingly intertwined in today's society, shaping the way we communicate, connect, and relate to one another. The advent of social media platforms, messaging apps, and other digital tools have revolutionized the way we engage with one another regardless of geographical barriers. But is it blurring the lines between virtual and real-life interactions? In her opening argument, Aminat Alolade of the University of Ilorin Group 4 is of the view that while technology has brought immense benefits, it has also damaged the way we interact socially and has reduced the meaningfulness that social interaction ought to have.
Technology has become inevitable and continues to play a crucial role in our daily lives. According to Eldridge and Merrill, human social interaction refers to the meaningful and impactful interactions that humans have with one another. These are the things that form the very bedrock of our society, and they include the interactions that we have with our family, with our friends, with our cultures, our religions, as well as other important societal bonds. Quality of human interactions have diminished, and non-verbal cues like hand gestures, things like eye contact, things like physical touch have now been replaced by impersonal text and emojis. These are things that cannot adequately convey the emotional depth needed for proper social interaction. Our next point is on technology addiction and over-dependence. According to Judicial, 61% of internet users are addicted to it, and about 71% of people sleep next to their phones or beside their phones. These are things that cause distractions, things like low attention span, impair people's mental health, and ultimately affect how they interact socially.
Typical of local rivalry, the University of Ilorin Group 3 are not going to let their opponents have an easy ride. So the lead speaker, Olorunyomi Covenant, quickly turns up the heat.
Growing up, there is an old proverb my mom used to say, 20 children cannot play together for 20 years. 3 years after graduating from high school and almost 10 years after primary school, I am still playing, in quotes, with over 20 of my mates. This maintained communication with old friends across distances has been made possible only by technology. A couple of days ago, I attended an onboarding session in New York from Nigeria, interacting with over 100 United Nations Millennium Fellowship directors across the globe via Zoom. After the meeting proper, we were further split into groups of 6 to interact and speak about basic stuff, from our favorite food to what superpowers we wished we had. People I would never physically have met, but for Zoom. The point is, social media and other technology-based platforms have not only increased the number of our interactions, but have assisted in the quality of relationships. Technology has bridged the gap between social introverts and extroverts. These are people who prefer to spend more time on their phones, as proven by a recent study from the University of Missouri. There are people who are tagged as shy, antisocial, but now they don't have to battle with physical meetings or relations which they are not comfortable with. It has given introverts a safe space for social interactions, even with extroverts that they usually avoid.
The second speaker for the University of Ilorin Group 4, Olowo Okere Ganiat, argues that extensive exposure to contemporary communication platforms enhances human isolation and less physical interaction, which has an adverse effect.
Cyberbullying Research Center shows that 16.5% of 22% of students who are being bullied within the age of 12 to 17 are actually bullied online. That's to show that they spend so much time on their devices that people are now attacking them. Why is this bad? Now, this now leads to depression and anxiety. On my point on increasing social isolation, people now focus on rather having followers rather than having authentic relationship. Why is this bad? People now seek validation online. They rather have 1 million followers rather than to have 1 million authentic friends. There's also the point in which now happiness relies on contemporary technology, in the sense that the moment my data subscription finished, my head is like, I have to recharge as soon as possible. Although there are people I can literally communicate with and interact with physically, I still choose to confine myself to contemporary technology. We want to push for legislation that promotes digital literacy and responsible use of tech. We're not scraping out the idea of technology. We just want to make sure that people are using it responsibly to avoid things like cyberbullying and all, where people are now depressed, where they're not able to communicate with their fellow peers reasonably.
In a swift rebuttal, Ayondele Peace, the second speaker for the University of Ilorin Group 3, debunks her opponent's claims of exposure to hazardous contents occasioned by extensive use of technological platforms. She argues that a person's timeline on social media depends on the content they expose themselves to.
If not for contemporary technology, we'll not be having these conversations in our various comfort zones. So yes, contemporary technology has been able to help us to overcome geographical barriers and increase communication. And so my opponent was saying something about the fact that you are exposed to risk and all. I tell you that your experience of from contemporary technology on social media depends on the kind of content you expose yourself to, depends on the kind of people that you follow, depends on the kind of things that you engage yourself in. That is what defines the kind of experience that you have. And that brings me to my next point. My opponent may want to say that, oh yes, contemporary technology is increasing mental health and all. I tell you that's not true. Why? Because there are mental health advocacy hubs that have been fostered through contemporary technology. So I'll tell you, I've met Ijoma Kalu virtually. I don't know her one-on-one basis. I don't know her on a one-on-one basis. I went to her LinkedIn page last night. I know she holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in French. I know she's passionate about youth leadership. She was a member of Jali Network in our campus. And so when I finally get to meet Ijoma Kalu physically, what do? I spring up conversations that are revolving around these areas that I know she's passionate about. And that is what human social interaction is about. Building, fostering relationships and not tearing it apart, as my opponent may want to say. Thank you.
Let's now take a comment from our judge for this round.
For the proposition side, I enjoyed the arguments. I listened to all the points that were raised. My only challenge with the points raised was the fact that we made a lot of points, and tying those points to a final conclusion at the end of the day was hard. And I also think that that's why the time management in the beginning time was quite difficult for you to conclude in time. And for the opposition side, very good arguments as well. Enjoyed listening to the points raised, did well with giving us some cross-references and all. But generally, it was a good session where I enjoyed the two teams debating. Kudos to you guys and success in moving to the next stage. Thank you.
The stage is set.
We just stand by the sidelines and fold our arms while our infrastructure is depleting, our educational sector is in problem, our health sector is in problem, or do we take up actions as active citizens to ensure that these issues are properly addressed by our government?
Which school will take the lead? The Youth Leadership Development Program YLDP is here. Are you a student of a Nigerian tertiary institution? This program is designed to equip you with the tools and leadership skills you need to make a positive impact in your community and be a strong advocate for change on national issues. Women and persons with disabilities are especially encouraged to apply. Don't miss this opportunity to enhance your skills and make a difference in the world. This program is proudly organized by the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund and Leap Africa.
Our second debate feature is another local rivalry between the University of Benin Group 1 and the University of Benin Group 2. They will be debating on the topic, education funding must integrate moral education alongside literacy and numeracy education. The first speaker for the University of Benin Group 2, Constance Jarikbe, believes that integrating moral education into education funding addresses the rising challenge of inadequate parental guidance on children's development.
Moral education refers to the teaching of values and principles that help individuals develop a strong sense of what is right and wrong. Literacy and numeracy education, on the other hand, focuses on developing reading, writing, and mathematical skills. Parents today get busy wanting to provide the basic needs of their child, thereby neglecting their moral education. And children also learn by observing and imitating what their parents do. Now, if the parents should exhibit unethical behaviors, for instance, now these children will learn this attitude and begin to constitute nuisance in the society. Schools can step in to provide the consistency and mentorship needed for healthy moral development. Intelligence plus character is a goal of true education, according to Martin Luther King Jr. One example of the successful implementation of moral education is the moral education policy in the United Arab Emirates, UAE. This policy was 2016 and it aims to instill values in students which include tolerance, respect, and empathy. Thirdly, it will prepare students for global citizenship. Now, the Global Education Monitoring Report by UNESCO emphasizes the importance of moral education in preparing students to be responsible globally.
For Victoria Oluwatosin Tulualu, a quick rebuttal, she argues that focus on literacy and numeracy should remain the core priority in a country facing significant educational challenges and disparity.
While we acknowledge the importance of moral education, we believe that focusing on literacy and numeracy should remain the core priority in a country facing significant educational challenges and disparities. My opponents talked about the United Arab Emirates. I would like to remind my audience that this is Nigeria, and Nigeria has diverse culture and beliefs. It would not be able to work facing the current challenges that we have in our country. A news made available by African News dated 2nd of September 2022 shows that 244 million children and youth between the ages of 6 and 18 worldwide are still out of school, with Nigeria, India, and Pakistan having the highest figure of out-of-school children. So instead of overburdening an already strained education system, we should concentrate on enhancing foundational literacy and numeracy skills to equip students for future success. Secondly, Nigeria struggles with significant socio-economic disparities, leading to unequal access to quality education. Rather than adding another layer to the educational system that we have, resources should be channeled towards equalizing access to basic education facilities and quality teachers.
For Eduje Daniel, the second speaker for the University of Benin Group 2, Nigeria has nothing to lose by integrating moral education into its education funding, especially as the increase in crime rate mirrors the moral deficit in society.
I wish to ask us a question. What would Nigeria lose if moral education is better funded? Or would we consider it a win if we come out tomorrow and we hear that the federal government has increased the allocation for moral instruction in our nation today? When we see the increase in crimes and we see the increase in stealing amongst every sector of the economy, we're seeing the increase in cyber crimes. Is this not a time when we need more than ever the insistence that moral education must be integrated into our normal numeracy and literacy system? The diversity of our nation is taught already in civic education, social studies, history of recent, and even geography. But however, on core things like tolerance, in fact, particularly ethno-religious tolerance, is barely taught in schools these days.
The second speaker for the opposing side, Igbinosa Samuel Etinosa, argues that other agents of socialization like the family, religious bodies, and the community hold the responsibility of shaping societal moral values. And as such, educational institutions should be allowed to focus on their priority.
I would like to remind the proposition team that the debate topic does not talk about whether or not moral education should be accepted. It only speaks about integrating moral education as concerned education funding. And I would like to say that there are other agents of specialization that could manage moral education. We have the family, we have the community, we have the religious body. By this topic, it demands that moral education gets extra resource allocation as given to literacy and numeracy education. If Nigeria thinks about integrating moral education, where would the fund is not enough for literacy and numeracy education? Where will it come from to support moral education? Moving on, a study put together by Pew Research Center showed that Nigeria is one of the most religious diverse countries in the world, with a significant population of both Muslims and Christians. So if we are to put moral education in our curriculum or fund moral education, the question of what will be taught will arise. Will the Christian teach that one man, one wife, or will the Muslim teach that one man and a lot of wives? If Nigeria must do literacy and numeracy education, let's do it well before embarking on moral education. Thank you.
Let's now take a comment from one of our judges.
I think this was really an engaging round. So quite a number of things I would just point out. First, I think there were a whole lot of unanswered questions. One, like the question on will the country be able to afford this particular place? I think it was a clash in the debate. But secondly, do we have sufficient resources to be able to stand that? Or do we have sufficient, do teachers who already take general courses are able to dish out this particular moral standard? And lastly, what the limits to parents' obligations, or are parents the better actors? I think those were three questions the two teams were not able to answer. I think if I just want you to work on, I want the two teams to work on three things. One, refutations, refuting the most important nuances in the debate. The second thing is in terms of structure. I think lastly, connections. I think in previous round, in subsequent rounds, please have a better connection so it's not going to mess with or it's not going to detach you from all of those things you've put together.
It's now time to officially settle the scores between two inseparable giants from the University of Abuja and the University of Lagos. The initial debate between the two teams did not provide a clear winner, and with a spot in the quarterfinals at stake, one team has to go for the other to remain. The topic of debate is the gig economy is redefining Nigeria's unemployment landscape. The University of Lagos will be supporting the topic, while the University of Abuja will be arguing in opposition. Opening the argument, Eniola Oni, the lead speaker for the University of Lagos, is of the view that the gig economy is expanding the job market and is indeed positively redefining Nigeria's unemployment landscape.
According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, to redefine means to define something, like a concept, again. It is important to note that redefining can be positive or negative. I believe that the gig economy is redefining the Nigerian unemployment landscape in the following areas. Number one, expanding the Nigerian job market. Number two, increasing income for the underpaid. Number three, helping to kickstart gender parity in the Nigerian employment sector. Number four, driving positive SDG 10 and 17 change. And number five, encouraging exploitation. First of all, the gig economy is redefining the Nigerian job market in the sense that it is providing a wider job market for Nigerians. Following the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the gig economy in Africa has expanded significantly. The Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics reported a decline in the unemployment rate from 23.1% in 2018 to 18.8% in 2020, attributed to the gig economy's influence. In a developing country such as ours, gig jobs are not only regarded as a promising source of work opportunities, but also a means to augment salaries gotten from formal employment. Thirdly, working on online gig platforms is enabling women to earn better income. The gig economy is helping women compete favorably with men in the Nigerian job market because in the gig economy, job opportunities are often based on skills and performance rather than gender.
Othman Amina, in a quick rebuttal, highlights the challenges associated with the gig economy, such as undefined working periods and short-term engagements as against regular employment, amongst other challenges.
Gig economy is a labor market characterized by short-term contract, freelance work, or project-based work. So my question is, as long as it is a short commitment, is it durable or is it sustainable? In gig economy, flexibility actually means that you have to be available at every single point in time. Another thing is, gig economy workers do not have benefits of the formal employees, such as healthcare, insurance, or pension. They have no retirement account. It leads to skills limitation and underutilization and skills mismatch. It's only those in the urban communities that have access to these technologies, these digital platforms, that can make us be beneficiaries of the gig economy. What of those in the rural communities? It's more like you're sidelining them, you're taking them outside the box. As long as they are Nigerians, the gig economy is supposed to be beneficial to all.
The second speaker for the University of Lagos, Obong Ikpe, argues that the gig economy is changing the way people see work because of its adaptability to job market fluctuations.
We firmly believe that the gig economy holds the transformative power to redefining Nigeria's unemployment landscape. This phenomenon is indisputably reshaping the traditional understanding of unemployment by introducing new avenues for income generation and changing the way people see work. How? First, the economy is inherently adaptable to market fluctuation, which is what we are conversant with in Nigeria. During economic downturns, traditional employment may face layoffs, while the gig economy can provide a buffer through its decentralized and diversified nature, ensuring individuals have alternative income sources. Secondly, embracing the gig economy allows Nigeria to harness the power of its youth demographic, and by fostering their entrepreneurship, Nigeria can create a dynamic and inclusive workforce that adapts to changing global trends. Thirdly, it encompasses a wide array of opportunities, including ride-sharing, food delivery, freelance writing, graphic design, and online tutoring. These options transcend the boundaries of traditional sectors.
Isaac Adebayo, the second speaker for the University of Abuja, also argues that despite the growing popularity of the gig economy, it has not reduced Nigeria's growing unemployment rate, and the gig economy is oversaturated.
Taking it from the standpoint of statistics, the KPMG, a very reliable audit and tax company, recorded early in the year that the unemployment rate of Nigeria is going to increase tremendously to 41%. That shows that from the beginning of the breakout of COVID-19 till now, despite the influx of people into the gig market, it has not reduced unemployment in Nigeria. The gig economy is a large oversupplied and saturated market. And not minding the fact that being a Nigerian alone disqualifies you from getting most jobs, because Nigeria has a very battered image abroad. So most people have devised a means of setting their location outside Nigeria, because once you put Nigeria as a location, you are not likely to get a job. So the gig economy is not redefining this landscape, rather it's complicating issues.
Over now to the judges.
I heard you talk a lot, University of Abuja, about the rural, the urban-rural. I think that yes, that was the urban-rural. I thought that was your big, your major punchline. But I would have liked to see statistics, but generally good flow. You were quite organized. I think there were times that your language wasn't as professional, maybe the first speaker. Your presentation style was also pretty decent. So I'll say well done. To University of Lagos, the first speaker, you were very succinct in your point. I liked how you organized your points and how you spoke, very paced. Your second speaker was very rushed. I think she was trying to meet up with the timing, but she went very quickly through her points. So it was difficult to really keep up.
Congratulations to the University of Ilorin Group 3, the University of Benin Group 1, and the University of Lagos for making it to the quarterfinals of the Youth Leadership Debate Season 2. So, after the conclusion of the second elimination round, we have a complete quarterfinal lineup. The Trailblazers of Bayes University, Team Sapphire from Veritas University, Team Atlas from the University of Ibadan, Team Vanguard from the University of Benin, the Falcons from Obafemi Awolowo University, Team Diamond from the University of Ilorin, Team Listen Up from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, and the Eloquent Allies from the University of Lagos. In the next episode, we will feature the first two encounters of the quarterfinals, where Team Sapphire from Veritas University will take on Team Atlas from the University of Ibadan, and the Eloquent Allies of the University of Lagos take on the University of Benin's Team Vanguard. It promises to be a thrilling edition as our contestants move from a virtual platform to a physical location. The winner of the Youth Leadership Debate Season 2 gets 2.5 million naira. The first runner-up gets 2 million naira, and the second runner-up gets 1.5 million naira. The two finalists will also get the opportunity to challenge for the top prize on the platform by Covenant Christian Center, one of Africa's biggest stages for public discourse. The program is brought to you by the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, NYFF, and Leap Africa.
Send us iReport of happenings, authentic and verifiable updates around you. We want to see Africa through your eyes. Be an exclusive iReporter with News Central. Reach News Central iReport desk on WhatsApp 234-912-004-2643 to report breaking news. You can also send via email to ireport@newscentral.africa. News Central, Africa first.
Jasiri is where the conversation starts. We amplify diverse voices and challenge narratives.
Bringing societal issues to the fore. This is where everyone has a voice.
That perception that I have your type at home, actually four of your type at home, it starts to shift just because you are like, well, this my type is right here.
Exactly.
We break barriers and bridge generational divides.
So who is going to make Gen Z believe that it is giving?
I love it. She said it.
Solar energy has emerged as a transformative force in Africa, illuminating a path towards sustainable development and energy self-sufficiency. With its abundant sunlight and untapped potential, the continent is harnessing solar power to bridge the energy gap, particularly in remote and unserved regions. As nations across Africa increasingly embrace solar energy, A brighter and more equitable future begins to emerge on the horizon. Africa is witnessing a dynamic landscape of diverse solar energy projects that are catalyzing sustainable progress across the continent. Nations are embarking on massive projects building solar plants that underlines their determination to reduce dependence on fossil fuel, explore the use of renewable energy, and move towards low-carbon development. Notable among these is the effort of Malagasy women who have taken up the responsibility to light up their village Antananarivo. Up until the end of 2017, these isolated fishing village in western Madagascar had no access to electricity. Yolande, a fisherwoman, and her grandchildren used oil lamps as their light source. This was considered a setback, especially making study difficult for her daughters.
Voalohany tsy mazava, mijalijalo zay arak'asa, bakeo mbo mamparary koa amin'ny setroky ny abokiny, ny zaza mikohaka mainty aby morony.
This condition is unsuitable for anyone, and a little help could make a difference for Yolande and her two daughters. Years later, in this little village of Antananarivo, a solar project that will equip over 200 homes with solar panels has been initiated. For Yolande and other women in the village, this was a great opportunity. Yolande and 3 other women from the village took up the responsibility to train as a solar technician, and now they install and repair solar equipment, a skill acquired in India where they were trained as solar technicians.
Tamin'ny voalohany nandehananay baketo tebiteby ny fonay zay nandehanagna andafy igny satria so tany zao tsy haintegna variana be mahita kany ino toky mahita ny jiro reo la mahafinaritra mahita ny jiro miendy ventilatera mandeha soa tsisy raha tsy mahafinaritra ao resaky jiro zao mahafinaritra tsy maty jiro.
This project has changed the lives of the villagers who can now continue to study, work, or cook in the evenings. From this life-changing project in Madagascar, the continent set out on a mission in 2018 to build the largest concentrated solar power plant in the world that will produce 500 megawatts of electricity, providing power to more than 1 million Moroccans, a country in the northern part of Africa. These magnificent solar power will reduce Morocco's carbon emission by 760,000 tons per year, equivalent to about 1% of Morocco's CO2 emissions of around 56.5 million tons in 2011, a project made possible by the vast potential of the IRENA's estimation, which pegs Africa's solar energy potential at 60 million terawatt-hour annually, dwarfing Europe's 3 million terawatt-hour.
Sur le continent africain, ça prouve que lorsqu'on utilise le désert pour mettre des panneaux photovoltaïques, ça marche. Et c'est un formidable espoir pour tous les pays qui ont beaucoup d'ensoleillement, qui ont des terres désertiques et qui peuvent couvrir ces terres désertiques par des panneaux photovoltaïques et donc produire de l'électricité. C'est un projet extraordinaire et je suis très heureuse d'être là pour 3 raisons. D'abord parce que le Maroc nous a beaucoup aidés pour réussir la COP21 et on voit aujourd'hui une réalisation qui concrétise les engagements pris à la COP21, la conférence de Paris sur le climat, et en particulier la montée en puissance des énergies renouvelables.
While this is so in Morocco, Togo, in a push to increase access to electricity and develop renewables in the small coastal country, launched West Africa's largest solar power plant.
La centrale Cher Mohamed bin Zayed de 50 MW Crête de Blita est
la plus grande centrale solaire photovoltaïque de la sous-région, utilisant la technologie des trackers solaires, ce qui permet d'augmenter le rendement des panneaux solaires en leur faisant suivre la course du soleil.
By the time we complete the additional 20 megawatt plus the battery storage system, this Plateau plant will be 70 megawatt plus battery storage system, which is definitely the largest in West Africa.
When completed, these magnificent projects will power almost 160,000 houses. Africa has established itself as a trailblazer in solar energy, owing to its extended duration of sunlit hours. Throughout the year, Africa enjoys a considerable higher amount of radiant sunlight compared to any other continent on the globe, hosting numerous of the world's most sun-drenched locales. South Africa, one of the leading economies in Africa, is a top country on the continent with regard to the use of solar energy deployment. One project stands as a testament to South Africa's large-scale renewable energy development, the establishment of the continent's first solar power airport in the regional airport of George, a town of just 150,000 residents on South Africa's south coast. This small site is Africa's first green airport to be powered by the sun. The control tower, escalators, check-in desk, baggage carousels, restaurant and ATMs, every service here depends on a small solar power station a few hundred meters away in a field on dandelions next to a runway.
I take pride in that we are one of the first airports to have it. We've seen a nice electricity cut, which is plus for me on the budget. I see and I recognize that gone are the days where power failures used to be a big thing for the airport. We no longer have those. Even though we do have our backup generators, we first get our source from our well-improved solar plant.
The airport solar plant was launched in September 2015 and became the second solar-run airport in the world after Cochin Airport in southern India. On the southern coast of West Africa, we are introduced to the adventure in the Ivorian resort of Jacaville, just outside Abidjan, which started in January of 2018 with 2 little cars. The mini cars, 2.7 meters long and 2 meters high, are covered in solar panels, each fitted out of 6 12-volt batteries, giving the vehicles a range of 140 kilometers. For Ivorians, these Saloni or Antara tricycles could eventually spell the end for old-school Woro-Woro, four-wheelers, as Jacaville looks to make itself Ivory Coast's premier eco-city. A switch to solar and durables may appear paradoxical in Jacaville, but it is worthy of note that the area produces the lion's share of the country's gas and oil.
C'est une expérience qui marche bien à Jacaville et que nous comptons déployer dans les villages aussi. Nous, pour le moment, nous circulons dans la ville.
C'est qu'à Jacaville ici, j'ai découvert cette voiture électrique. Elle nous paraît d'abord une voiture sécuritaire parce qu'elle va très lentement, mais sûrement. Et du coup aussi monétaire, c'est un arrangement. Avant ici les déplacements c'était à 200, maintenant du coup 100 francs. Et puis on a cette voiture voilà, qui fait un peu d'innovation ici à Jacaville quoi.
L'avantage là c'est beaucoup, on ne peut pas dire tout. Qui est nécessaire seulement, on ne peut pas payer sans. Bon, maintenant tout le monde dit, maintenant tant c'est censé, il faut que tout le monde ait rentré. Donc moi c'est la première fois c'est rentré. C'est pour ça que moi c'est premier c'est rentré cette affaire là à Côte d'Ivoire. Donc les Ivoiriens sont gagnants massés dans ça là. Vous savez le petit là, tous sont rentrés dedans. Il y en a un technicien, il y en a un chauffeur, il y en a un mécanicien. Tout le monde il pleurait derrière moi maintenant.
While Ivorians celebrate the success of the Antara tricycles, solar-powered racing cars hit the road in South Africa. These fancy solar car not only looks futuristic, but it also raises awareness about advances in solar energy and inspires countries around the world to make more use of green technology. Today, a dozen cars are up and running. Although still in the test phase, the solar trikes have provided job opportunities for around 20 people, including drivers and mechanics at initial launch. The popular bush taxis do not only pollute the atmosphere and the environment, they also cost more in terms of fare for commuters. So, replacing them with solar trikes is a chance to kill several birds with one solar stone. The deployment of solar energy in Africa is no longer negotiable. There are evident efforts by nations to extend electricity access to previously underserved communities, with several pioneering initiatives like Morocco's Noor Solar Complex, which is currently pushing the boundaries of the concentrated solar power technology, while off-grid solar initiatives like Nigeria's Solar Power Niger program are fostering rural development and improving livelihoods. These multifaceted solar endeavors collectively illuminate Africa's journey towards energy resilience, social empowerment, and environmental stewardship. From large-scale solar farms to innovative off-grid solutions, Africa's solar revolution is not only reducing carbon emissions and mitigating climate change, but also empowering communities by providing reliable electricity, spurring economic growth, and enhancing access to education, healthcare, and communication technologies.
In recent times, the evolution of art with creative and new innovations has seen the embrace of a broader range of artistic practices, essentially motivated by social consciousness. One of these practices is recycled art. Recycled art is a composition of discarded and waste materials into works of art. These materials are now repurposed to establish new meanings and functions, contrary to what they previously symbolized.
Recycled art is a kind of reincarnation, helping a used object to live another life, a different life, which may be or nearly always different from the life it had lived before the recycling started. Once the idea is right, 1 week, 2 weeks, a particular sculpture, I call them, would emerge.
Beauty and the Machine is the first of a series of shows to commemorate 60 years of Professor Bruce Onobrakwe's public presentation of his art through exhibitions. The exhibition is expected to make a gallant statement on the value still present in materials that have been discarded and deemed unusable. Some of the materials used to achieve these artworks include motherboards, hard drives and other computer parts, engines and automobile spare parts, scraps of cloths, iron, pipes, and stainless steel, which the artist has reshaped to create captivating art forms.
I live close to the Ladipo spare part market, and there's abundance of car spare parts. In the recent time, what intrigued me was the plastic parts which are used to create the airbag. You know, they come out and they're massive, they are beautiful, and I put them together to create artworks that are very exciting to me.
The exhibition portrays the artist's fascination with this media and his energy, which is captured in the interesting shapes and designs that leaves the viewer in a state of awe. The thematic focus, which Professor Bruce has infused in the exhibition, showcases some of the subjects that have come to form his artistic statement, such as trado religious iconographies and ancestral culture.
Objects that have been used and discarded and so on, they are all put together now to tell the story, human aspirations, hunting. Everyone is a hunter. This installation is about hunting, about satisfying human desires, about working for survival. This is Akpakpasimaga. That is the Roman word for scorpion. The plastic materials have coils. They have a lot of forms, which I picked together, welded them together to achieve the form of a dreadful looking Akpakpasimaga. It's very striking because the color of that insect, that reptile, is the same color as the recycled plastic material. And the forms are like the forms of the legs and the tail and so on. For the tail, I actually put iron materials together to create the fierce, poisonous point of the scorpion.
The exhibition also attracts the general public, especially the youths. The opportunity presents employment opportunities, not only from recycled arts, but by allowing their minds to travel beyond their current space, creatively engage their immediate environment, and make remarkable impression out of anything within reach.
Whether you're unemployed, whether you're an employed individual, young, old, it's a very, very important lesson we all have to take home and take to heart too. Its contribution to the economy. These are waste materials. These are products of waste materials, and in quote, on a normal day, they are materials that would be lying in the dump site and creating or even causing more harm to the earth than even the use that they would give, or the usefulness they are worth when they are still in their useful state. So instead of these materials constituting this much harm, we have repurposed them. The artist has repurposed them, and they are no longer contributing to these issues of climate change. They are no longer contributing to issues of the whole greenhouse emissions. Now they are being used, or they have been redefined to give more usefulness.
Culture is a term defined by many in different ways. Traditional sports are part of one's culture and identity, and they can become a way of life. From Didier Drogba to Mohamed Saleh, to Sadio Mane, to Messi Akide and Tembe Gatlana, there are so many names that have come from Africa that are truly synonymous with sports. But football is not just the only sport that depicts the true African origin and culture. The true African cultural heritage is in its people, and sport is part of every culture's past and present. But each culture has its own definition of sport. Some African nations like Kenya and Ethiopia are very dominant at long-distance running, while North African countries like Algeria, Egypt and Tunisia are dominant in handball. Rugby and golf are reasonably popular in few African countries, though rugby is very popular in South Africa, but none can overshadow the memories of the true African recreational activities bespoke to the continent. Indigenous sports created lasting memories and are vital parts of our history and identity as a continent. So let's take a quick transcontinental trip to see some games enjoyed across Africa. It is not unusual to randomly find clusters of men, some seated, while others stand round the bench in the cool of the day. The sort of hour God preferred to check on Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, as recorded in Genesis 3 verse 8. On the bench will be seated two men, facing one another and wearing serious expressions. They harbor between them a wooden board infested with holes, containing several round seats, which two take turn to share in an indefinite pattern. The bystanders watch intently and often run commentaries enjoying the game of Ayo, known to be played among the Yoruba tribe in Nigeria, or Oware, as known in Ghana among the Mankala family board games, but widely believed to be of Ashanti origin, or rather known as Awele from Ivory Coast or Benin Republic, Wari from Mali, or Owuri in Cape Verde. Wrestling in Senegal. Wrestling in the West African nation is a centuries-old tradition rooted in harvest festivals and draws a fanatical following. The West African form of wrestling involves hawking fighters dressed in loincloths. They face off in packed gatherings, performing mystic rituals in the sand before going toe-to-toe with their opponents. Wrestling is the favorite sport in Senegal ahead of soccer. The Dambe boxing in Nigeria. This is an ancient form of boxing that originates from the Hausa tribe in the northern part of Nigeria. A brutal style of combat, it may be steeped in tradition, with its origins set to date back to the 10th century.
It started more or less like a wrestling type thing. So Dambe is called fight in Hausa. And then from there, it decided to change into boxing, where you see some of the fighters wrap their hands with different type of things. Could be clothings, could be wires, and whatever it is, and then they try to knock each other out.
The Ampe from Ghana, a rhythmic girls' game from Ghana. It includes clapping, jumping, dancing and singing activities, and a particular fashion style helping bond communities.
Ampe is one traditional game in Ghana, played mostly by girls. The interesting thing is that boys don't play it. Now, if boys are found to be playing Ampe, then the local community will be picking or will be looking at them in a certain way.
It is played by two or more people and requires no equipment. The Nguni, stick fighting from South Africa. Popular among the Nguni Heathers, a Bantu tribe in South Africa. This game is known as Lalanduku and has strong roots in their culture and history.
It wasn't a game for punishment, but it's an expression of celebration of, you know, young men who would have metamorphosed or gone through the rite of passage from boyhood into manhood. And as a way of the festivities around that celebration, there would be bouts of stick fighting.
The bullfighting from Kenya. Bullfighting is a cultural practice that has been famous in Western Kenya. It is majorly practiced by residents of the Kakamega County, specifically in the Shinyalu or Ikolomani constituency. In the Ikolomani constituency, the fight happens in Maliya Stadium, where thousands of spectators gather to watch.
When you look at the passion of the fans as they cheer these bulls on and as they scream, because the winning bull has to floor its opponent or chase it away completely for it to be declared the winner. And this is so popular that it's done in a tournament phase. I mean, from as much as the round of 32 to the round of 16.
Bullfighting has been a pillar of fostering peace among the communities of the Luyo tribe.
In the far north of the continent, the ancient Egyptians played a game that was similar to modern bowling. Implements for a game similar to bowling were found in a tomb of a child buried around 5200 BC.
We had some traditional, because Egypt have half of the tradition in the world. The pharaohs, you can look at the sports they are playing on the temple wall, but we don't play it. Even with the kids play it in the street, we don't play it in official way.
So folklorists from the east, west, north and south were fond of the rural environment and made records. They say traditional games assist young people, link their roots and identities with one another, and should be celebrated by those who believe in the true African heritage.
Africa must have its own way of developing its games. At the University of Ghana, for instance, language is taught, language is studied, dance is taught, music is taught. All these things are studied. So why not for our games? Why not for our sports?
Particularly, we can start at these regional bodies, the regional sports bodies, but even the regional political bodies like ECOWAS, the SADC, and ultimately the African Union, and say which are some of the indigenous sports that are predominant across many of our African nations that we can rally each other about for inclusion into our regional body sports competitions.
I think that in the nearest future probably we'll see, it might not be necessarily the Dambe format, but it might be a redefined format of Dambe, which obviously the health of the athletes are very important now. So it might not be too sudden, but I think it will transit to the Africa Games first before we see it at the Olympics.
It's very important that we do not lose all our background. We do not forget where we came from.
If we have strong economy, if we have good relationship in Africa, we will be having a traditional sport that everybody would like to play.
Culture is a term defined by many in different ways. Traditional sports are part of one's culture and identity, and they can become a way of life. Onyechi Obaro for News Central.
Dressed in jeans, sweatpants and abayas, dozens of Ethiopian schoolgirls practice the art of nailing a landing and finding their balance and their confidence as they zip across a skate park in Addis Ababa. Some eagerly slide forward a few meters, holding a friend's hand for support, while others zoom across the ramps and concrete bumps at full speed.
It's very hard, even to skate around the boys. It's kind of really hard because people think that girls should have to help their parents at the house.
It's not really common for a girl to start skating, and because people don't support you, but somebody had to be the first, some group had to start, and we were the first one, and I feel honored to be.
Agents who pose as being able to send ineligible people to foreign countries, sometimes with job offers, have been a commonplace in recent times. While many have been arrested, it is a sure thing that many more are still on the prowl, seeking gullible victims to prey on. It is hoped that in no distant time, Nigerians stranded in Vietnam will get the relief they so much seek.
Something new is about to hit your imagination of TV. A brand new sundial with StarTime's inbuilt technology. New TV innovation with an inbuilt decoder that connects you to both StarTime's antenna and satellite signal. StarTime Sundial TV, you can enjoy over 300 local and international channels, 1 month StarTime's highest bouquet for free, automatic system update. More benefits, more affordable. StarTimes Sundial TV is available in all StarTimes branches and dealers countrywide. StarTimes Inside, entertainment inbuilt.
Hello and welcome. So the End Bad Governance protest across most parts of Nigeria may have fizzled out, but there's one big talking point now from the protest that is still generating plenty of reactions. And that is the issue of protesters waving Russian flags during the protest. And to be candid, there were many of them in the north of the country. And this Russian flag waving protesters did not stop there. They kept chanting slogans demanding military intervention now in Nigeria. It's really something serious, and understandably, the government is not taking the issue lying low at all. The Chief of Defense Staff called a meeting of all the defense chiefs and heads of security agencies in the country recently, where all of them clearly and openly pledged their allegiance to democratic governance in the country, vowing to hunt down those calling for military coup. Take a lesson to what some of them said.
It's our duty to protect Nigerians. The only people we're after are those ones that don't mean us well, the enemies of the state. And anyone who makes himself an enemy of the state then will be ready to face the law. We're going to remain focused, committed. We're going to respect human rights, the rights of everyone who is lawfully performing his task or his duty, but we will not relent in pursuing those that have continued to encourage unconstitutional takeover of government or subversion, vandalism, or destruction of lives and property.
In Kano, Kaduna, Katsina, and Bauchi State, group of people who started subversive campaign, waving flags of other countries and openly calling for military takeover of government. This is not a protest, but an offense of treason. The Nigerian police has arrested a number of them, and they will be dealt with accordingly. They will be given appropriate charges. I want to use this opportunity to warn our youths to desist from accepting foreign flags from agents of destabilization. It is very, very implicating for them to be seen with flags of other countries while on protest.
I want to, on behalf of the officers and soldiers of the Nigerian Army, state unequivocally that the Nigerian Army stand assured in defense of our democracy, of our peace, of our harmony, and we are not going to shift ground on that. Our return to democracy in 1999 as a nation cost us blood and treasure. So my appeal to youth is that what we have witnessed in the past 5 days is an investment, needless investment of blood, of treasure, calling for an unconstitutional change of government. The Nigerian Army will not sit by and watch the nation slide into anarchy.
The armed forces of Nigeria is constitutionally charged with the responsibility of defense of the nation from both internal and external aggression and protection of the sovereignty of this country. And this is for the overall good of the entire citizens of this country. In addition to that, the Armed Forces Act has given us several other responsibilities which enable us to provide aid to civil authority. Key among these responsibilities is the protection of democracy and the protection of the freedom of Nigerians and their freedom to be able to select who should lead them. And that's why I say that the armed forces is the power behind ensuring that democracy thrives in Nigeria, and we are committed to do that because that is our mandate and it's something we've been trained to do, and we have to just do it.
Now, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, also summoned members of the diplomatic corps in Abuja, telling them that Nigeria as a sovereign state will not tolerate any interference in its domestic affairs by foreign elements. In response to the flag issue, Russia, through its embassy in Abuja, has since issued a statement dissociating itself from the protesters waving its flag and denied any involvement in organizing the protest. Meanwhile, the Nigerian police says it has arrested 30 protesters, some of them foreigners, in Abuja, Kano, Kaduna, Katsina and Bauchi in connection with the flag-waving issue, while the Department of State Services, DSS, has disclosed that its operatives have arrested some tailors sewing Russian flags for protesters in Kano State. Joining me now from the United States of America to discuss more on this issue is a former director in the Department of State Services, Dennis Amakari. Mr. Amakari, thank you very much for joining us on the program. You look at the number, the sheer number of those waving Russian flag during the protest, the End Bad Governance protest over the past week. You look at the sheer number. Would you say that was a coincidence, or this was something carefully orchestrated and that designed also to send the message across?
Okay, thank you very much, Deji. You see, this is a very well orchestrated plan, you know, but I think they were not very, I think they did it in a hurry, but it was well orchestrated. The plan was there, and then of course they went ahead to make sure that they carry out the plan during the protest, so that they can infiltrate. These are the infiltrations we are talking about, you know, or hijacking of the protest that we are talking about. So they were hit there to do, you know, just that. So it's well orchestrated, yes.
And obviously, you look at this. It would appear they are borrowing a leaf from what happened in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, because this is exactly what played out in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, where we saw protesters waving the Russian flag and all of that. And I'm just wondering, what exactly is going on here?
I think it is a sign. It is something that Nigeria has to be worried about, just like our military top brass are worried. The diplomatic corps will be worried. The National Intelligence Agency should be very, very worried, because, you know, this particular orchestration that we just mentioned is something that is not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched. You can see, you can connect the dots, you know, to see how it works, because now we have a scenario whereby Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger Republic have come together, have been overthrown, first of all, by a military dictatorship. And after the overthrowing, you saw the response of their citizens who came out to hail them, you know, and the hailing tells us a lot of things. What does it tell us? It tells us that the people were dissatisfied with their own governments. So now that they are dissatisfied with their own government and the military has come to take over, they were very happy. And then, of course, the military went further to show that the West, that is France especially, their colonial masters, had been, you know, blindsiding them, whereby they've allowed them to not know what is going on, and while they go ahead and take their minerals, uranium, and other natural minerals, you know, and then selling them. Uranium used to cost about, they were paying Niger Republic about 85 cents a gram, you know, 85 cents a gram, but in the world market, it's about almost $1,000. So you find out that the disparity, and of course the government has gone ahead to use the new income that is coming out to change, the fortunes of the country. Now you find out that, remember, this is our neighbors. And that was why we were saying that, look, this is, when ECOWAS wanted to attack Niger. And we advised against it. If you remember, we were talking about it, that they should not attack Niger because these are our neighbors. And besides this, we've intermarried. Our borders are open to each other, And right now, you can see what has happened. People that are living there have come into Nigeria. And then, of course, what do? They've gone ahead to give them that idea, because the tailor that is sewing that those flags, don't have a full idea because of what he has done. You discover that the Russian flag is white, horizontally white, blue, red. But there are some of the flags that he sewed that were instead of vertical, they were horizontal, So some people said, oh, this might be Nigerian army colors because they are the same colors, white, blue, and red. Yes, Nigerian army colors. And at that same time, these same people were talking, there were some videos I saw where they were asking for the military to take over, So we are seeing a situation of what we call subversion. Subversion. Somebody is trying to subvert the Nigerian sovereign state. And subversion is high treason. So this is where we are. And of course, I'm happy that they are handling it, but they have to go deeper because, you see, it's not the tailor. And it's not even the contractor who told the tailor to sew. There are people who are behind this. Forget about what Russia told you. Russia came out to say, oh, we are not involved in this. What do you really expect Russia to say? That we were involved? Even if they were involved, they will not say anything. But we have to watch it because geopolitics, Russia wants a foothold in Nigeria especially. They want West Africa as a whole. So these are the other projections that, we can think about in this particular case.
And the truth is, you look at the children who were waving those flags. Most of them would not even know anything. They wouldn't even know what they were doing.
As far as they are concerned, it's just they've paid them. Remember, they paid them, and give their flags, go to the protest, see money, you can eat, buy food later. And these are urchins. These are the Alamajiri kids that we've been talking about, Jonathan put them in school, but after later governments removed the schools and these guys are back on the streets. And as long as they are back on the streets begging for food, this is an opportunity where somebody will come and give them some money, give them a flag, and tell them, okay, go ahead and fly it. And then, of course, later you can go and buy some food and eat. And they will be very happy to do it because they don't even know what it is. As far as they are concerned, it's a piece of flag or a piece of cloth that they are waving.
Now, you look at the protest itself. While we saw this issue of Russian flag waving in the north, we didn't see it in the south. I mean, clearly demonstrating that should I call this some kind of division now or a difference in agenda? Because clearly the agenda of the protesters in the south of the country would say, I would say, it's completely different from the agenda of the majority of the protesters. Not all, there were some in the north, of course, whose agenda for the protest now aligned with those of the south. But for the majority of them, the agenda was completely different. And then you begin to get the impression that we're beginning to see some clear divisions now, in the country between the north and the south in terms of maybe the kind of governments we want?
Yeah, well, you put a finger on it. You put a finger on it because, see, the threats to the security, the national security of Nigeria, the threats are basically about 3 or 4 of them. Number 1 is religion. Number 2 is ethnicity. I think number 3 again is headers and, all these people that are hitting each other. And then, of course, we have the other ones like poverty, unemployment, and stuff like that. But the major 2, the religion and the ethnicity, are biggest threats to Nigerian security, where politicians are the ones that they use it all the time. They use it. They will go there and tell, them, whichever one who is ready to listen, that this is what is going on. This is happening to me because I am a Hausa man, or this is happening to me because I'm an Igbo man, or they don't like us because we are Yorubas now in charge. And then people, of course, the ethnic thing. You are talking of the North. The division there is very clear because we didn't get this kind of protest before, but now when you look in the South again, look at the Southwest, everything was very nice and normal, and protest was going on, but there is this ethnicity thing that has come in again, talking about Igbos who are not even part of the protest, And you see, these things, I don't know whether they are bigger than our leaders, but our leaders need to, deal with it, because you allow it to fester and these guys use it for their own benefits or for their own agenda. Because what has, Igbo must leave Lagos, what has that got to do with the protest that is going on? They've even decided not to be there. Then, of course, in the North, we are having all these protests because it is not a Northerner that is in the presidency. Why are we still hitting on this ethnicity and religious things? We're talking about Muslim tickets, or why is it not, a mixed ticket, and all those kind of things. Those are things that are hanging over the heads of our country. And these threats must be addressed. Otherwise, we'll continue to play them over and over again.
Finally, sir, what do you expect the authorities to do, especially with this, this Russian flag issue? Because it's obviously, just as you said, it's not a coincidence. This was carefully orchestrated, and of course, it's dangerous. So what would you expect the authorities, especially the security agencies, to do at this time?
I think the DSS is already investigating, and I'm very, very, I have to praise them for being very fast in dealing with, in trying to get these people that are under their custody, So they should interrogate them, and the interrogation is going to bring out a lot of things that will surprise Nigerians. But at the same time, we should understand something. Our politicians, in fact, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces should realize now that in our northern boundaries, our northern neighbors, the neighbors of Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, the AES states, are backing, or they are being backed by Russia. Yes. And Russia has been selling them armaments, large, serious armaments. And of course, sometimes they bring it out to display, like in Burkina Faso. Even in Niger, there are large armaments being supplied to them and they display them. Now, if something like this is happening, what does it mean? It means that there is a foreign power that is trying to galvanize forces, possibly against Nigeria. Because let Nigeria not think that, oh, the days where another country will invade another country is over. No, not at all. Even the leader of, was it Mali? Mali has said it, that one of these days they will. When we told them that ECOWAS is going to attack them, they said, let them try it, because when they try it, they will march into Nigeria. They see it as a Nigerian fight, not as an ECOWAS fight, because ECOWAS chairman is Nigerian. So we have to be very careful. If I was the president, I'll close those borders. And at the same time, make sure that, we put the military, because the military should know that this is the real job. It's not internal security. The real job is fighting against foreign enemies, and they should line themselves against that area to make sure that nobody have any funny ideas about attacking Nigeria.
Mr. Dennis Amakri, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your insights.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it, sir. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digi 360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi 360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Now, President Bola Tinubu's directive to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to sell crude oil now to the Dangote refinery and all the local refiners in the local currency, the Naira, has continued to generate reactions from various sectors of the country, with many wondering how much of a game changer it will be for the domestic refining sector and the economy. Now, on July the 29th, the Nigerian cabinet approved that 450,000 barrels of crude oil per day meant for domestic consumption be offered in Naira to Nigerian refineries at fixed exchange rate for the duration of the transaction. Dangote refinery is being used as a pilot for the initiative. Now, in addition, the $90 billion refinery will also sell its refined products to Nigerians in Naira, ensuring a seamless transaction process in the mid and downstream sectors. Afrexim Bank and other settlement banks in the country are expected to facilitate the deal. Now, at the cabinet meeting, the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, said over $600 million in forex will be saved from the process. Take a listen to him.
Just to be specific and just read part of the benefit to the media. Number one, which is major out of it, is the reduction in foreign exchange pressure. As the existing process that we have today, we utilize $660 million per month, totally $7.9 billion annually. With the new approval that we have now, this will reduce to minimum, to the maximum of $50 million per month, which is annualized, will be only $600 million. This is total reduction of 94%, and in term, this is saving of $7.32 billion. This will also reduce finance cost, which today stands at $79 million when you consider opening of the letter of credit between those local refineries and what happened today. And also, as a pilot, the council has approved that a settlement bank, which in this instance is Afrexim, should be the lead arranger. That will be the settlement bank, at least today, between NNPC and Dangote refinery. So this is a major innovation in solving Nigeria problem permanently. Not only that we will have more employment, and we will definitely now be in charge of one of the mainstay of our economy as a country. Our focus as a country, as everybody, even basic economics, say that when you export raw material, you collect less. Because if I just put a hypothetical example, if your crude is 1 naira, definitely refined product with 1 naira 30 kobo. But if you continue to export your crude at 1 naira and you are importing it at 1 naira 30 kobo, you can never be balanced. Mr. President, in his wisdom, is ready to put hand to this, that we need to add value to what we are producing as a country. So the starting point, and if you follow my presentation, I said we are piloting with local consumption. So it is the normal thing that Dangote refinery is doing. For 650 barrels per day capacity, it requires more than 15 cargoes, possibly in a month. But we are restricting this pilot scheme to our local consumption that we've estimated today they are spending roughly $660 million to get this transaction done. When we, by God's grace, complete this, we will be spending less than $50 million a month in this transaction. Because what will happen is that since Dangote will place order in Naira for crude, and we will procure refined petroleum in Naira, so they can net off. It's only balancing that we'll be paying ourselves at the end of the month. So this one will improve the business environment. There will be stability. And the second question is that can NNPC meet Dangote requirement? NNPC does not need to meet Dangote requirement. Also, don't forget that it's not only NNPC Nigeria that is selling crude. We have IOCs, and it is free buyer, free seller. So Dangote can procure crude input feed from anywhere in the world. We are just saying for this our local consumption. That's why we are piloting this. Another question is about domestic. Are we subsidized? No, you know that crude oil has a global price, market price. And it's the same thing that we are doing. And you know today that anything you want to do in Nigeria, you use the really exchange rate. And the same thing we are going to do. So we are not subsidizing anything, and we will not subsidize anything. This is normal transaction. We are just changing the dynamics and the currency. And then the market rates as to sales of crude and everything, like I've just explained that's what we are doing. So we are just bringing innovation to our business development, and also looking forward that it is our hope that we will turn Nigeria to be a refining hub, given the fact that in the Gulf of Guinea, today we have more than 5 million per day crude production. It does not make sense for us that we exporting this crude and we import refined products.
Now, the approval, which came following weeks of disagreements between Dangote and the Oil and Gas Regulatory Agency, provides a lifeline for the refinery to get crude from the NNPC Limited in the local currency. So joining me to discuss this further is oil and gas expert Davy Yeri, who joins us from another part of Lagos. Thank you very much for joining us on the program. Do you see this as being the game changer in, say, for instance, especially petrol supply and price stability in the country?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's a game changer to some extent in terms of petrol, that's a premium motor spirit, PMS supply in the country. Because if Dangote is able to refine and sell to Nigeria, then it eliminates the hurdle we normally experience bringing in refined petroleum from overseas countries. So it's supposed to increase supply. And we are not supposed to see any other kind of queue again if they are producing optimally and supplying to the local market. That's where it is as a game changer in terms of regular supply, because we know how in Nigeria, which will be distributed across Nigeria instead of importing it from overseas. That's the main game changer I see there. Yes, it will equally reduce forex demand, foreign exchange demand, because instead of importing, buying dollars to import crude oil, now he buys with local currency. So the demand will be, the demand for forex, the pressure will be reduced. On the other hand, let's look at it this way again. In fact, it might not reduce the exchange rate because now we generate our foreign currency through sale of crude oil. You are not selling 450,000 barrels per day out of our normal supply. Currently, we are producing 1.7 million barrels per day. So the earnings, the foreign exchange earnings from crude oil will reduce by that amount.
Sorry to interject here. Let me ask you this. Would it reduce in actual fact? Because we're talking about 450,000 barrels that has been set aside anyway before now. This had been set aside for local consumption, for refining. It's just unfortunate that our refineries are not working. If our refineries are working, these 450,000 barrels would have been going to the refinery. So the issue of foreign exchange, how does it arise? How would we be losing foreign exchange here?
Yes, they've been reserving 450,000 barrels as domestic consumption allocation, and the refineries are not working. Do you think they are storing this crude somewhere without selling them? And we normally sell our crude in international market in dollars. That's why I don't think NNPC, and I don't believe that NNPC have been storing this daily allocation without selling them. They've been selling them. We some time that they use it as kind of exchange for buying of crude abroad. So if they are using it for buying of crude, which means that selling it and generating money in dollars. They were not selling it in Nigeria. So that's why I'm thinking that if now they are selling it in dollars, it will reduce the inflow of a foreign exchange.
Now, the reason I ask is because even if they were selling it, they were still using the proceeds to buy imported petrol, which of course will naturally be more expensive anyway. So some people will say, well, the argument is neither here nor there. But let me ask you this, sir. Help us do the mathematics. Because one thing a lot of people are thinking that this might result in is that it might result in a reduction in price. But would that be the case necessarily?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Let's look at it mathematically this way. A barrel of oil is made up of about 159 liters. And the associated oil refined products that you get from a barrel of oil will give you 170, about 170 liters of all the byproducts, byproducts combined together is equivalent of 170 liters. If Dangote is buying crude oil in Naira at the prevailing rates, currently it's $85 per barrel, and the exchange rate is about 1,500 Naira to $1. So you convert it, multiply 85 by 1,500. I think that's going to give you about 127,500 Naira. If you divide 127,500 Naira by the 170 liters you get from a barrel of oil, that's going to give you 750 Naira. It means the contribution of the cost of producing a liter of oil, of a PMS, that's a petrol, is going to be 750 Naira from the crude oil price itself. So when you add all the other things, the chemicals and all the other things you are using, you find out that the OPEX per barrel, that's the operating expenses per liter of a PMS, will come to about 900 to 1,000 Naira per liter. We are not talking about the capex. So when you look at it, unless the government will continue to subsidize Dangote, the price will not go down. Currently, you know that the landing cost of one liter is 1,117 Naira per liter, a liter of petrol, and they're selling at 619, 600 Electoral. So there's no way the price will go down. unless the government is ready to continue to subsidize both the one produced by Dangote refinery.
So in essence, look, that Dangote is producing here it still would not eliminate subsidy, because obviously the cost of production will still be high.
Correct. The cost of production will be higher than the current selling price, unless they fully deregularize the markets. And if they fully deregularize the market, it will now sell as its own selling price rather than the government-controlled selling price. Because currently, government is controlling the selling price of petrol, and because what they are selling is actually up to the cost of bringing it in. The only thing is going to eliminate selling to Dangote here is going to eliminate the logistics cost, the cost of bringing it in, the freight, the clearing, and all the other charges. That's what it's going to eliminate. That might be close to maybe to 200 naira per liter, because the current price we are getting in Nigeria at 600 in Lagos here, 610, 620, or 650, as the case may be, is not can cover the cost of production, the OPEX alone, not of CAPEX.
I'm really happy, sir, that you brought up this issue of subsidy because, they just ended End Bad Governance protest now. The major demand of the protesters was that subsidy should come back. And even when you try to point out the fact that, look, subsidy is not gone, you try to point that out, some people just don't get it. They think subsidy has been removed, that there's no more subsidy, and so they're asking the government to reverse the removal of subsidy, when in actual fact we still have subsidy. So could you just help us to understand, because it appears some Nigerians still do not, quite a number of Nigerians still do not understand that at the current rate they are buying petrol, there's still subsidy.
Yes. When the president, Bola Ahmed, was inaugurated on May 29, 2013, his statement is that the era of subsidy is gone. That's the statement. And that's what everybody is holding on to, that they have removed subsidy. But if you know the real sense of the price, subsidy is not gone. The minister explained 2 months ago that they are spending over 4 trillion naira to subsidize fuel. It's all over in news. They are spending that. Let's take an example. In use, a liter of fuel, judging by the fund itself, is about 70 cents. And 70 cents, if you multiply by 1,500, that will give you about 1,050 naira per liter equivalent, if you are checking the direct cost. And so when we say that the subsidy, there is still subsidy. That's what I'm trying to say. There's still subsidy because the selling price in Nigeria is not fully deregulated. It's controlled. And what they are selling now is not up to the cost of production. I just gave you a simple analysis that if you produce 170 liters of all the associated products from 1 barrel of crude oil, and you buy one barrel of crude oil at $85 per barrel, multiply the current exchange by the current exchange rate of 1,500 naira, the official rate. That's going to give you about 127,500 naira. And when you divide it by 170, you're already incurring 750 naira per liter of petrol from the cost of the raw material, the crude. We have not added all the associated operating expenses. So subsidy is not gone. Subsidy is still there. If the government is not subsidizing fuel because of the deregulation of the exchange rate, we'll buy fuel for at least 1,000 naira now. That's the problem, because if you just carry the two things at the same time. If you have carried it one at a time, then we'll be able to know whether there's subsidy or not. But now, everybody the handwriting on the wall that subsidy is not actually gone.
Finally, just before I let you go, how important though is it that we refine these petroleum products at home? And the good news too is that, and I hope it works out well, the NNPC has come out to say, look, refining would begin with the Port Harcourt refinery before the end of this month. But how important is it that, when you take an overview of all of this. How important is it that we are able to refine our own products here in Nigeria?
It's supposed to be a very important thing, and it's supposed to help us drive the economy and eliminate part of the hardship we are experiencing in this country. We have had these promises from NNPC and the government for so many years. Port Harcourt refinery will be on. It will be on. I think past 5 years or so or more. You must have been hearing it every year. Port Harcourt refinery will come on stage. It will come on stage. But if it will come on stage, it will help us. But the reason is nobody knows the myth behind that Port Harcourt refinery. They allocate money for maintenance and for upgrade every year, but we have not seen the product. We have not seen writing on the wall that is going to happen. Refining the crude in Nigeria will help us, like Dangote said. But let me even tell you, there's something, if you read this day, Dangote said they are not getting the real allocation from the government. They needed 15 cargoes for September. That's what they need. But NNPC Limited is supplying them only 6 cargoes. That's about 40%. And remember that Dangote's optimal capacity is 650,000 barrels per day. Now they're supposed to give them 450,000 barrels per day. They're not even giving them what they're supposed to. They're giving them only 6 cargoes with 40% of their demand for September. How are we going to solve this problem? The problem is that government make policies. Most of these policies or decisions are good, but implementation, that is where we have the problem. We had a problem in implementation. For me, NNPC Limited or whatever they call them, NUPRC, it's still the same old people who have been running this country, telling all refinery will work today and it will not work. You see the same old people. And you cannot continue to do the same thing and expect different results. We need to see how we can implement it.
Let's just hope that this time it will be different. At least we're going to hold them to their words. This time, we just hope it's different and that the Port Harcourt refinery comes on stream before the end of this month and the Dangote refinery too begins to produce refined petrol. Of course, the Dangote, the president of the president of the Dangote group now, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, has said refining of petrol will begin by latest the end of this month. So let's just hope. Let's keep our fingers crossed and hope it happens. Thank you very much, Mr. David Yeri, for coming on the program, and thanks a lot for your time.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to that fruitful result.
Yes, I look forward to it as well. Thank you so much. All right, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digi 360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi 360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's continue the conversation now on the sale of crude to Dangote and other local refineries now in the local currency, the Naira. Now being joined on the program by Dr. Muda Yusuf, who is the Chief Executive Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise. Doc, thank you very much for your time once again. How significant is this development?
Well, it's very significant. Because one of the biggest challenges we are facing today is high cost of energy, particularly petroleum products. We are talking about petrol, diesel, aviation fuel. And one of the reasons we are facing this challenge is because these products are currently being imported, almost 100%. And with what is happening with the currency, you can imagine the impact on domestic prices, on our foreign exchange, and even on this recurring issue of subsidy. So, and the best way to ensure that we get out of this quagmire is to localize the refining of petroleum products, which is what we are beginning to see with respect to the Dangote refinery and other domestic refineries. But in order to ensure that their own cost also comes down in a way that this benefit can cascade down to the citizens, we have to offer the crude sales at as much concessionary terms as is possible and as is sustainable. So that is why I think this initiative has been put in place, which I think is a good one, So I think the whole essence is to ensure that we're able to bring down the cost of petroleum products down, by ensuring that the domestic refiners get it at the concessionary rate. So
but
for me, it's
listening to
but whether the NNPC
advisor now to the President on Revenue, who incidentally is the chairman of the Federal Internal Revenue Service now. I mean, he said the crude will be sold at the prevailing market rate. So obviously the government may not be looking at concessionary rate here.
The difference is that this will not entail dollars.
Yes.
This is Naira. So the fact that we are talking about Naira challenges are easier to manage than dollar challenges. So the pressure that we put on our reserves has been taken away. The pressure that we put on the exchange rate has been taken away. So that is the advantage that it brings. So it reduces the pressure and it helps to, ensure that you have a much more stable macroeconomic environment. And even beyond that, presently we're expending close to $10 billion annually to import petroleum products. So that's a lot of pressure on foreign reserves. So if you have an arrangement where you can source this at a local currency, in addition to the jobs and all the other multiplier effects that you have from localizing the refining of petroleum products, it's a huge advantage to the economy. So no matter how we look at it, I think it's a very good development. The challenge is whether the NNPC will have the capacity to provide the right quantum of crude, that can actually make an impact for this local refining. I think that for me is a challenge.
Well, at least what we're looking at here, from what has been reported, what we're looking at here is 450,000 barrels per day. That, of course, which the government has always set aside for local refining. So one would expect that NNPC should not have a challenge meeting that obligation. But then help us to understand the role now, because we understand Afrexim Bank now and maybe one or two local banks have been... would be the settlement bank. Help us understand what role they will be playing in this whole arrangement.
Well, I am not in the core financial system, but I do know that perhaps there are some financial transactions that this will involve. And normally, when you have this kind of financial transactions, you need some experts, to get involved in it, to ensure that we streamline the process properly. Ordinarily, one will think that it could just be a straightforward transaction between the domestic refineries and the NNPC. But apparently, maybe it is much more complicated than that. Maybe that is why these other financial institutions are being brought in. But I think what we can say is that as much as possible, these whole transactions will be made very, very cost-effective, so that we don't see a situation where we are loading it again with all manner of commissions and things like that. I think that will not be helpful, because the objective is to bring down the cost of petroleum products. So as much as possible, we should make the whole process as cost-effective as it can be.
Now, earlier I spoke to a petroleum expert now, an energy expert, and he said, look, It's a very good idea, no doubt, and that is good, you know, to process this refined, to process crude here in Nigeria, to do the refining here, but that you look at this whole arrangement, that it still may not lead to a reduction in price when you consider the cost of production. And I want to believe one of the reasons why Nigerians are really excited about this is that they believe that eventually this could lead to a reduction in price. But now we're being told, well, that may not happen. That may not happen. And that even if there's going to be some kind of reduction, it might not be significant at all. That, in fact, this individual suggested that the price may go up if the government does not continue to subsidize the product. What have you got to say about that?
Well, the point to make here, first and foremost, is the macroeconomic effect. Two major challenges we have been facing in this economy in the last 1 to 2 years. One is the exchange rate depreciation, which is arising from the huge pressure on our foreign exchange market. And the importation of petroleum products is one of the biggest pressures on the foreign exchange market and affecting our exchange rate. And the exchange rate situation has a pass-through effect on practically everything. I mean, we have just gone through the crisis of protests and all of that. All of this is about cost of living. And at the heart of all of this, apart from the security problem, is the exchange rate. So if we take that transaction in dollars away, that is putting pressure on the exchange rate. If you have an improvement in the exchange rate, it will affect prices naturally. So that is one advantage I think we need to stress. You know, so even as we speak, I mean, we see how subsidy. Because from what I hear from the operators, the landing cost now is about 1,200 per liter. And we are selling at between 650, 610 to 700. You can see the subsidy. All around us in our neighboring countries, these products are being sold at about 1,200, 1,300. So you can imagine the scale of the smuggling that's going on, which is very difficult to police. So it's a very, very difficult situation, even for government, because you cannot now put anything about further increases in prices of petroleum. You can't put that on the table in the light of the social consequences of these reforms. So these are some of the challenges that we will continue to bear. But for me, I think the advantage will be much more impactful from the point of view of the easing of pressure on our foreign reserves and foreign exchange, and from the point of view of the fact that localizing production helps a lot in terms of employment, in terms of a lot of positive multiplier effects on the economy.
It's really funny because you talked about subsidy, and you look at the just ended protests that we had, and one of the key demands is that subsidy the government should reverse or reinstate subsidy, and the impression is that the understanding for the protesters is that subsidy has been removed, but they do not seem to understand that there's still subsidy and that the subsidy regime is still very much in place.
Yes, at the inception of the administration. At the inception of the administration, there was the complete removal of the subsidy. At the inception of the administration, there was the complete removal of the subsidy. But when you look at the exchange rate at that time and now, exchange rate at that time was about 750. Exchange rate today is 1,600. And because it's an imported product, that's it talking about importation, it has affected the landing costs of the product. That is what has brought back the subsidy. It's a dynamic thing. If your price is fixed and your cost has doubled, that means you are subsidizing the product. And I can tell you it's a lot of pressure on government finances as we speak. So it is, again, it's a question of understanding of the dynamics of these issues. The subsidy is still there. The subsidy crept in because we have exchange rate depreciation. So there's still a lot of subsidy being paid. So if somebody is, just as the protester said that we should now go back to 200, of course, that is not possible. It's not sustainable. If we have to retain it at this even 600, 650, we have to struggle to sustain it. And that is one of the things that this localizing of the domestic refining could help us to do, at least to stabilize it at this level, so that the pressure on government finances will not be too heavy. Because I can tell you it's right now, it's quite heavy.
Dr. Muda Yusuf, thank you very much for coming on the program, and thank you for your time as always. We really appreciate this.
Thank you very much, my pleasure.
Thank you so much. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
Welcome, Senator. How you doing? I'm talking about Honorable Shinobella. Chief Dele Mamudu. Welcome to the album, sir. How you doing? Welcome to the album, Iyabojo. Ohimai Atafo, Vicky James. Welcome, Messi Lambo. Upi Franklin. Welcome, Pretty Mike. Mr. Macaroni. Depa Adedayo is my guest. High five.
Yeah, I'm going to be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
That will happen.
Being one of the people that started Nollywood, how would you say that was like for you? How was it like for you? Take me through your journey.
I'm more inspired by poverty than anything else.
We had a poor background. My father wasn't rich.
Well, now let's talk about you. We're going to talk about you, your personal life, what you love to do. And of course, we cannot have you without the controversies. You're managing Yang and a couple of people. Do you think you want to regain your spot back?
I'm not trying to regain a spot. I'm there.
The album with Ria.
Join us and have a quick review of the major stories making headlines across Nigeria's newspapers every morning, 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. on News Central TV. You can also call the numbers on your screen.
Kind of leadership that will be able to unite Nigerians will be.
And it is my earnest hope that under the present EFCC chairman.
Engage with us. Share your view. Only on Breakfast Central.
Hello and welcome to the Central Now. I am Lekon Onobanjo. The top stories at this hour. More victims allegedly shot by the army in Zaria during anti-hunger protests uncovered. Businessman Tony Lumelu tasks governments to expose those behind the stealing of Nigeria's crude oil. 2 children and 6 adults confirmed dead in Uganda landfill collapse. Details to come your way shortly. We begin with updates on the End Bad Governance protest. As the protest enters day 10, the supposed last day of the demonstrations, some residents of Gaskia Danmagaji area of Usasa, Zaria in Kaduna State have raised fresh allegations against the Nigerian army. The residents allege that apart from Ismail, whom the Nigerian army confessed to have erroneously killed in Samaru, other persons escaped with their lives after being shot at by soldiers. Among those who made these allegations include a grandmother located at number 88 Ungwan Fatika in Gaskia Danmagaji area of Zaria. The residents also revealed that there were other persons who lost their lives from gunshot wounds. Earlier, our correspondent Emmanuel Bagudu, who is on ground, gave more details to this particular story. We'll bring you more details later on. After a brief hiatus, the End Bad Governance protest in Lagos has ended with organizers citing escalating violence and safety concerns as the primary reasons. On day 10, marking the final day of demonstrations, News Central's Ibalaniyi Omoni visited several protest spots in Lagos to gauge public sentiment. Residents and remaining protesters alike shared their views on whether the End Bad Governance movement achieved its intended goals.
Day 10, this is Ojota. We can see very little police presence here, unlike what we've had earlier when the protest started, and nothing is going on here. A few minutes ago, we just got information that this group gathered here at Alausa, Ikeja.
The group that is represented here is the Take It Back movement, and then the consensus remains the same. The president had actually addressed the country, but he never addressed the concerns of the protests.
This protest has shown that Nigerians are not coward, and for the first time, we refuse to allow tribalism to divide us.
Why do you need to start doing all those unnecessary expenses at the detriment of the people? No! So we don't care. We want the sorting back.
Okay.
Then Tinubu should make sure he order all the agriculture, those who are farmers, that should bring back the bag of rice to where it was. 20,000 naira. We don't want 40,000. No.
Meanwhile, normal activities have resumed, with a heightened security presence at key intersections across the mainland.
It didn't affect my business. Everybody are working.
While the camp provides a welcome relief for resident and business owners, lingering questions remain about the protest's effectiveness in achieving its goals.
The aim and goals of the protest is partly achieved. It has given a notice to the government that people are angry, and so the government should not be comfortable with what they are doing.
I think that it's not achieved its aim. That's what I think, because they're not taking it very seriously.
You're spending anyhow, and you're telling people to relax. We are planning for you in the future. So the trust is not there, no matter what he says. So the only thing that can calm or can make people relax more is probably fight the security, and there's food.
As Lagos settles back into its routine, the focus transitions from the protest itself to the policy responses that may follow. Will the government address the protesters' demands, or was the protest simply a fleeting moment? Only time will tell.
We reject all IMF policies
in Lagos 4 News Central,
Nigeria. Thank
Ibalani Omani.
We also tell you that Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang has convened a town hall meeting with various youth groups in the state. News Central's Chizobanyowe reports that the agenda includes demands for the reversal of the fuel subsidy removal, a reduction in high electricity rates, and measures to alleviate the general economic hardships faced in Nigeria. The meeting at the Government House in Little Rayfield, Jos, includes Governor Mutfwang, his deputy, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, top government officials, and representatives from different youth groups across Plateau. Also in attendance are heads of the state security agencies who have been instrumental in supporting the End Bad Governance movement. Further details on this town hall meeting will be provided in our subsequent bulletins. In the meantime, the state governor has further relaxed the curfew previously imposed on the Jos-Bukuru metropolis. The governor, Caleb Mutfwang, had initially set a 24-hour curfew on Sunday in response to violent protests and looting by hoodlums in Jos North local government area. The curfew was later eased to permit some movement, according to a statement from the governor's director of press and public affairs, Gyang Bere. Free movements will now be allowed between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. starting from Saturday. Now, Nigerian businessman Tony Elumelu says the government and security agents in Nigeria should be able to tell Nigerians those benefiting or behind the theft of the country's crude oil, especially using vessels that move through the territorial waters. Elumelu stated this in an interview published by the Financial Times. Elumelu, who dreads oil theft, said the menace contributed to the divestment of international oil companies in Nigeria. He said it discovered firsthand why international oil companies were partly divesting from onshore assets after criminal gangs began stealing crude from its pipelines. 61-year-old founder of Hares Holdings recalled how the previous administration of President Muhammadu Buhari allegedly stopped him from acquiring an oil field. Nigeria's federal government has launched the ride-share compressed natural gas conversion incentive program with the presidential initiative My CNG app to help drivers convert their vehicles to use compressed natural gas as an alternative to fuel source. The initiative is aimed at also helping citizens have access to affordable transportation as part of the federal government's palliative to reducing the hardship being experienced in the country. Amadine Uyi tells us more.
Despite having one of Africa's largest petroleum reserves, Nigeria has been unable to address issues of fuel shortages for citizens. With long queues becoming irregular in many fuel dispensing stations across the country, the introduction of compressed natural gas as an alternative fuel source by government is seen by many as a solution to this problem.
The rising cost of traditional fuel have posed a significant challenge to both drivers and passengers, often leading to higher fares and reduced access to affordable transportation. This is a revolution. For us, CNG is not just about lower transportation. It's about Nigeria looking inwards for the first time in a long time to use the resources God has blessed us with, but utilizing our resources by combining it with our most potent resource, which is our human resource.
As the federal government launched the ride-share compressed natural gas conversion incentive program and the presidential initiative My CNG app, many here in attendance say the initiative will help drivers convert their vehicles to CNG and provide affordable transportation for citizens.
The CNG conversion incentive program, in conjunction with the My CNG app, is a bold response to these challenges by offering 50% discount for ride-share drivers upon sign-up and rescheduling through the My CNG app.
As a cheaper and cleaner alternative to petrol and diesel, it embodies our aspirations for a country that is committed both to the much talked about energy transition and to the economic well-being of its people.
They say CNG can help provide affordable alternatives and bring an end to current hardship being experienced by Nigerians.
Nigeria's e-hailing market is thriving. Nigeria's CNG sector is here to make the e-hailing sector move faster, to ensure that young people, old people, even medium-aged people can benefit from the government policy of cheaper, safer, more reliable, and cleaner fuel for the transportation sector.
Stakeholders present see the rideshare compressed natural gas conversion incentive program will help provide flexible and cost-effective mobility solutions to millions of Nigerians, especially youths. In Abuja for News Central, I am Amadine Uyi.
Let's now go on a very short break. News Central now. We'll be back in a bit.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade, and market analysis are at the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business, and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yield desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasamipita. You're watching News Central.
I am Sunny Irabo, and I have something special for you. Join me every week for thought-provoking conversations with Africa's most influential leaders and change makers from diverse sectors.
The solution to this is not about begging for food or giving food away. The solution is for Africa to have a bowl in hand, not to beg, but to put seed in those bowls and grow its own food.
Together, we'll explore innovative solutions to the continent's most pressing challenges, from social commentary to politics, the economy, health, family, and lifestyle. We will connect the dots with exclusive interviews with those who are at the forefront of realizing the continent's potential. Expect fresh, interesting, and engaging interviews on the issues that not only matter to us, but that affect Africa and Africans. Sunny Irabo live on News Central.
For decades, the Niger Delta oil-producing region has suffered losses from oil theft and pipeline vandalism, which has led to Nigeria losing billions of foreign exchange worth of crude. But with the engagement of Tantita Security Services, pipeline vandalism and oil theft has reduced significantly. Tantita Security Services is an internationally recognized security outfit based in Delta State. Tantita specializes in providing professional security solutions to the oil and gas industry through a strategic partnership with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, with over 1,000 plus field agents, 30 plus operational and combat boats, 10 ground-to-air drones. Tantita is changing the narrative around security in the Niger Delta. Tantita Security Services, dedicated to putting an end to oil theft in the Niger Delta.
Thanks for staying with us. The main opposition, People's Democratic Party, has appointed former Osun State Governor Olagunsoye Oyinlola to lead a 25-member National Reconciliation Committee. The PDP has faced internal strife following its recent presidential primaries won by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. According to a statement from the party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Olugunagba, the decision to form the committee was made by the National Working Committee with approval from the National Executive Committee. The committee's inauguration date will be announced to all relevant parties. We now take you to the east, where Abia State Governor Alex Oti says the former Commissioner for Health, Ngozi Okoronko, was not found guilty of financial mismanagement, according to the report submitted by the investigative committee. Oti made this known during his monthly media chat at the banquet hall of the government house in Umuahia. He also directed the Commissioner for Lands and Housing, Chaka Chukwumerije, to resolve the crisis at Unity Estates in Umuahia local government area, South local government area actually, ensuring that allottees do not lose their allocations unjustly. The governor added that while the government is considering future engagements with some attractive institutions, it has not borrowed any money since he assumed office.
Your Excellency, Honorable Commissioner for Land and Housing is seated here, and he takes the assignment right away to get into the Ohia and ensure that the right thing is done. We do not tolerate lawlessness, and no one should have the right to go and pull down a building. Even if there is a dispute, there are channels to resolve disputes. People are not allowed to take the law into their hands. Before she resigned, the committee that was set up turned in its report. Going through the report, there was no financial impropriety established, but there were conducts that were not consistent with laid down policies and procedures. And since she offered to resign, the government decided to accept her resignation.
In November 2023, New Central did a report about Aino Ajobo, a community in Ifako-Ijaya local government area of Lagos State, facing an alarming issue of inaccessible roads and open gutters, which had caused immense challenges for residents. The state of the community's road had caused serious injuries and resulted in fatalities. But after New Central's report, the local government authority flagged off the completion of abandoned drainages, and finally, road construction is ongoing. Dashin Usman has more in this package.
Aino Ajobo community is a community that has recently seen some big changes. To understand the changes, let's take you back to November 2023 when we first reported about this small community. When we first visited Aino Ajobo, the residents were desperate for help and their pleas were heart-wrenching. This was the state of the street. There were open abandoned gutters, a dreadful pathway, sharp stones, slippery heights, especially when it rains. Residents were desperately pleading for help, citing concerns about safety as cars were getting damaged, people were getting injured, and tragically, some even lost their lives in those open gutters.
The road has been like that, hoping that one day they will come and do it.
Within the environment, other roads have been done. I don't know what is happening. If there is something wrong in Aino Ajobo, that is what we want to know.
But immediately after our report, the government sprung into action. The gutters were fixed, and now roads and street lights are being constructed. We revisited the community and saw the incredible progress.
Everything excites me. You can see the joy in my heart.
While I was moving here, I told God that this road is so bad, and I prayed that God should do the magic.
The upside of the road there is very, very motorable. Nobody is experiencing accident, or there are shocks or things getting, faulted.
The residents are overjoyed and their relief is evident.
I feel very happy because this particular construction that is going on is a long-awaiting construction.
Going to almost 20-something years. The road is too bad. I'm happy the way you are doing the road.
Everybody's surprised they will do the roads one day.
But this good news may be coming with a price, as residents now face landlords hiking the price of house and shop rents, unbothered about the country's cost of living crisis.
Issue of house rent or no house rent should not be discussed by the tenants. It is an individual differences between the landlord and the tenants. The government has nothing to do about that.
If you should think of the economy, if you increase house unnecessarily, and at the end of the day you are not even able to get anything, what does it profit you?
But despite the attendance challenges, the joy of the people of Aino Ajobo is still clearly evident as the community's road finally gets the attention it deserves. News Central is honored to have played a part in bringing about this change. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the people of Aino Ajobo gives us the strength to want to do more. For after so many years of wait, life as they know it will ultimately become normal. Reporting for News Central TV, I'm Darshan Usman.
Thank you so much, Darshan, for that wonderful report. Coming up on the news. 2 children, 6 adults confirmed dead in Uganda landfill collapse. Details of this will come your way in a short while. Do stay with us.
There cannot be any oil theft in this country without collusion of government.
They collude with the crude oil thieves to steal our crude.
A thief can only thief freely when he knows that nobody is watching.
I've seen the capacity of Nigerian security network and intelligence. The Falcon Eye is so good that even the tiny ships at the bar beach can be caught on Falcon Eye. I've been to the room. It's not something I'm being told.
Do you know that if we're able to produce up to 2 million barrels per day, we may not be having the protests we're having?
It's the will to do the right thing. That's our problem.
The president must be willing to touch the untouchables because the people who are doing the crude oil theft are actually, they are the, in quotes, owners of Nigeria.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
This weekend and every other weekend,
join us in the mornings at 8 a.m. for a special blend of news.
A different kind of news, where we bring you lively conversations
and a wider perspective on things that happened all through the week in the world, Nigeria, and Africa.
We bring you fresh perspectives, engaging discoveries, and the big stories that matter.
It's Breakfast Extra, Saturdays and Sundays at 8 a.m.
news continues in East Africa, where 8 people, including 2 children, were killed when a landfill in the Ugandan capital, Kampala, collapsed on Saturday. It was reported that some homes, people and animals were engulfed in the landslide at the garbage dump in Kitizi, a district in the north of Kampala, after a heavy rainfall. The Kampala Capital City Authority, which operates the landfill site, said 14 people had been rescued and taken to the hospital. It did not disclose their condition. The KCCA said there was a structural failure in a waste mass that morning, resulting in a collapsed section of the landfill. The head of the city authority, Arias Lukwago, had warned in January that people working and living near the Kitizi landfill were at risk of numerous health hazards due to overflowing waste. Now, Ethiopian Airlines has signed a deal for the design of a new $6 billion airport described as the biggest in Africa. Ethiopian Airlines Chief Executive Mesfin Tasu said the new hub will be able to handle 100 million passengers a year once completed in 5 years. He said Ethiopian Airlines had signed a memorandum of understanding with Dubai-based consulting company DAR to develop the design for the airport, which will have 4 runways. Tasu noted that the airport will be built in Bishoftu, after 40 kilometers southeast of the capital, Addis Ababa, and stretch across 35 square kilometers. In Central Africa, lawyers for 2 individuals on trial for an alleged coup attempt in the DR Congo have requested their provisional release on humanitarian and health grounds. The individuals are Ephraim Mugangu, co-owner of the hotel where some participants in the May 19 event stayed, and Jean-Jacques Wondo, a Congolese-Belgian national. The alleged plot occurred in the early hours of May 19 in the capital, Kinshasa, when armed men attacked the home of the economy minister, Vital Kamerhe, and then moved to the nearby Palais de la Nation, which houses President Felix Tshisekedi's offices. The court is set to rule on the requests on August 16. In the north of the continent, we'll tell you that Derna, a city in eastern Libya, is today a huge open-air construction site where housing, road and bridge projects are progressing so that survivors of the devastating and deadly floods of September 2023 can return to their city. On the night of September 10 to 11, 2023, Storm Daniel hit Libya's east coast, causing flooding amplified by the bursting of 2 dams upstream of Derna, leaving thousands dead and missing and more than 40,000 displaced.
بالنسبة لخصوص وضع مدينة درنا حاليا الآن وخاصة بعد مرور فترة 10 شهور من الفيضان، تطور ما شاء الله لا قوة إلا بالله عليه، توسعة في الطرق، إنشاء كباري، إنشاء مباني، بارك الله في القائمين على هالمشاريع.
ما حصل في مدينة درنا كان كارثة بكل ما تعني الكلمة، يعني بصدق كانت كارثة بما تعني الكلمة، ولكن الحمد لله زي ما قلنا وفضل الله وفضل القيادة قدرت تتغير الحياة وتعود الحياة من جديد.
Still ahead on the news. UK Prime Minister Starmer says authorities on high alert for more far-right rallies. We'll bring you details after the short timeout. Don't go away.
The 2023 presidential elections in Nigeria were marred by widespread controversy.
We have been involved for years, if not even decades now, advocating for electoral reform in this country. I know what we went through with this current INEC.
The whole process of appointing the umpire must be taken away from the ruling party.
You can't have the running party choosing who the INEC chairman is. In what world does that even make sense?
We can't hold only INEC responsible. This country is big. So can we be, in quotes, the INEC in our own place?
If the people in my polling unit have determined in their mind that today there will be no rigging in this polling unit, nobody can rig an election in any part of Nigeria.
I'm one of the people that followed my ballot box to the collation center. My group was there till midnight until police were sent to move us away to ensure that the results were transmitted. They were never transmitted.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
The youth has 60% of its entire population, and it's time for their voices to be heard, loud and clear. Involving the young people in nation building is not merely a question of inclusion, but one that is vital for economic growth, innovation, peace, and security. Fafanua Africa provides the platform for the teeming young and vibrant population of our dear continent to voice their concerns with one goal in mind. Provide profound and tangible solutions that will help redefine and reposition the future of Africa. Join us every Friday at 2 p.m. West African Time, 4 p.m. East African Time, and 3 p.m. Central African Time on News Central TV. Fafanua Africa, redefining Africa.
And now from other continents, we'll tell you that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says authorities remain on high alert this weekend amid concerns over potential far-right riots in English towns and cities. Starmer noted that the swift action by the criminal justice system, including judges issuing lengthy sentences to some rioters, has helped deter further violence. His remarks followed 2 nights of relative calm across England after a week of near-nightly unrest in over a dozen towns and cities, triggered by a deadly knife attack that claimed the lives of 3 children. Our international correspondent, Afia Hagen, went round to get more reactions.
It's been scary, it's been infuriating, but I wouldn't say it's surprising. I think we all know that the UK was built on racism, the empire was built on racism, so it's not something that surprises me at all. My circles, like I have a lot of black friends, I have a lot of non-white individuals in my circles, so hearing their stories day to day, I know that this is something that they've been facing on the daily. It's just that this has become so big now that white people can't ignore it anymore. And even myself, like as an immigrant in this country, I faced xenophobia, I faced the classism, the elitism that the UK operates on, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Obviously not to the same extent, and I could never compare my experience to that of non-white individuals.
A lot of immigration issues, a lot of racism issues, and I needed to see what they were pushing about the people of African descent issues, which is immigration, housing, employment, etc. All those issues, some of them haven't been really covered, but then that's not the issue here. But here was about the demonstrations and bringing it to the forefront and fighting back against the racist demonstrations that have been happening across the UK. But it was also to network with other people like yourself, who are here early on time.
Well, in regards to those riots that have happened in the last 2 weeks, I'm not at all surprised. The only thing that surprised me is that it took so long for it to happen. Because anyone who's studied the history of this country and the modern history of this country would know that this has been under the surface for at least 20 years. It's been bubbling under the surface.
I want to live in a society where people respect each other, where people know about each other's different cultures, and they are excited by that, excited by all the different languages you can learn, all the different foods you can eat, all the different ways you can love people. And, you know, I'm an idealist. I have been all my life, and I don't want a situation where people feel marginalised because of the colour of their skin or because of their religion, or, I mean, I don't want to live in that society.
Away from that, Palestinians rallied in the West Bank city of Ramallah to denounce the Israeli strike that targeted a school housing displaced people in Gaza City, killing at least 93 individuals. Rescuers in Gaza said an Israeli airstrike on a religious school housing displaced Palestinians killed 93 people on Saturday as Israel's military accused militants of basing themselves there. Hamas denounced the dangerous escalation in North Gaza, which came after international mediators invited the warring sides to resume next Thursday talks towards a long-sought ceasefire and hostage release deal. Jordan's foreign ministry said the timing was an indication of Israel's efforts to obstruct and thwart the peace push.
Israel committed this horrible massacre as part of its efforts to conduct terrible genocide against the whole population of Gaza. But Netanyahu has an additional goal, which is to undermine completely any possibility of ceasefire in Gaza and to undermine even the talks that are supposed to start soon about ceasefire.
أنا مش لازم أستغرب نهائيا. الاحتلال ما بده أي مبررات لمجازره. مجزرة اليوم هي واحدة من مئات المجازر اللي ارتكبت تحت مسميات بسميها زي ما بده. في النهاية هذا محتل قاتل مجرم بمارس الإبادة والقتل والذبح بدم بارد.
المجرم في كل هذه الحرب إلى جانب دولة الاحتلال هي الإدارة الأمريكية التي يجب هي الأخرى أن تجر بالسلاسل إلى محكمة العدل الدولية وإلى المحكمة الجنائية.
In South America, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has declared 3 days of national mourning following the crash of a plane in southeastern Brazil late on Friday, which resulted in the death of all 61 people on board. The airline operating the flight Pass confirmed that all 57 passengers and 4 crew members died. The mayor of Vinhedo, a town in Sao Paulo state where the crash occurred, along with state officials, confirmed that there were no survivors. The aircraft was traveling from Cascavel in Parana to Guarulhos International Airport in Sao Paulo. Brazil's Aeronautical Accident Prevention and Investigation Center has launched an investigation to determine the cause of the crash. We now tell you that Moscow on Saturday launched a counter-terror operation in 3 border regions adjacent to Ukraine to counter Kyiv's largest cross-border offensive in over 2 years. On Tuesday morning, Ukrainian forces crossed into Russia's western Kursk region in a surprise attack, advancing several kilometers. In response, Russia deployed additional troops and equipment, including tanks, rocket launchers, and aviation units, to halt the advance. Under Russian law, security forces and the military are granted extensive emergency powers during such operations. Ukrainian leaders have remained silent on the offensive, and the United States, Kyiv's closest ally, was not informed of the plans beforehand. We go on another break on the news. We'll be back with the concluding stories. Don't go away.
For decades, the Niger Delta oil-producing region has suffered losses from oil theft and pipeline vandalism, which has led to Nigeria losing billions of foreign exchange worth of crude. But with the engagement of Tantita's security services, pipeline vandalism and oil theft has reduced significantly. Tantita Security Services is an internationally recognized security outfit based in Delta State. Tantita specializes in providing professional security solutions to the oil and gas industry through a strategic partnership with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited (NNPCL). With over 1,000 plus field agents, 30 plus operational and combat boats, 10 ground-to-air drones, Tantita is changing the narrative around security in the Niger Delta. Tantita Security Services, dedicated to putting an end to oil theft in the Niger Delta.
We talk business now. According to World Bank Group Finances, Nigeria's federal government is repaying $10.6 billion in loans obtained under former presidents Olusegun Obasanjo, late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, and Goodluck Jonathan. Nigeria's domestic debt has been put at 65.65 trillion naira, while external debt stood at 56.02 trillion naira. Recall that in June 2024, the Debt Management Office said as of March 31, 2024, Nigeria's domestic and external debt stood at 121.67 trillion naira. Price of tomatoes have jumped by 58% in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital, for the first time this year, bringing respite to households and reducing pressure on them. A recent market surveyed across Lagos shows that a big basket of tomatoes currently sells for 50,000 naira, as against an average of 120,000 naira some months ago in Mile 12 market in Lagos. A small basket of tomatoes now costs 6,500 naira against 13,000 naira in the period under review. Possibly, this could ease inflation and cost of living issues if it continues and is also experienced across the nation. Let's talk sports now. Ethiopian Tamirat Tola claimed victory in the Olympic men's marathon in Paris on Saturday, clocking an Olympic record time of 2 minutes 06.26 seconds. Tola finished 21 seconds ahead of Belgium's Bashir Abdi, who took silver, improving on his bronze from the Tokyo Games. Kenya's Benson Kipruto, the 2021 Tokyo Marathon champion, secured third place, 13 seconds behind. A back injury forced Kenyan legend Eliud Kipchoge to drop out of the marathon. He managed to cover 31 kilometers before stepping off the course after experiencing further discomfort in his waist. Nikola Jokic led Serbia to a 93-83 victory over Germany, securing the Olympic men's basketball bronze medal on Saturday. Jokic recorded a triple-double with 19 points, 12 rebounds and 11 assists, helping Serbia rebound from their semi-final loss to the United States. The win avenged Serbia's defeat in last year's World Cup final and earned them a consolation prize after Jokic missed the 2023 World Cup, which Germany won. This bronze is Jokic's second Olympic medal, adding to the silver he won at the 2016 Rio Games. Vasilije Micic also scored 19 points, and 6 Serbian players reached double figures. Manchester City emerged champions of the 2024 FA Community Shield, triumphing 7-6 over Manchester United on penalties after regulation time stood at 1-1. This victory ends Manchester City's 3-year losing streak in the curtain-raising fixture, their last win being a 5-4 penalty success over Liverpool in 2019. United's Alejandro Garnacho gave Manchester United the lead in the 82nd minute before Manchester City's Bernardo Silva equalized in the 89th minute. The match went on to penalties for the 4th time in 6 seasons, where Manuel Akanji's successful spot kick following Johnny Evans' miss sealed the victory and earned Pep Guardiola's team their first trophy of the 2024-2025 season. Tottenham Hotspur have secured England striker Dominic Solanke from Bournemouth in a deal potentially worth £65 million. The agreement includes an initial £55 million payment with an additional £10 million in add-ons. This move marks Tottenham's fourth signing of the summer. Manager Ange Postecoglou aims to bolster his attack after Harry Kane's departure to Bayern Munich last year. Liverpool reportedly holds a 20% sell-on clause from any profit made by Bournemouth. We also tell you that as the IHF Women's Under-18 World Cup in China approaches, Nigeria's national Under-18 women's handball team is ready to face the challenge. Head coach Shitu Agbola expressed confidence in his players, citing their impressive track record of securing podium finishes in all 4 tournaments they have competed in. However, Coach Agbola has also voiced concerns about the lack of necessary support for the team. Team captain Esther Matthew echoed the coach's sentiments, emphasizing the need for greater backing to ensure the team's continued success.
I would like to put my words in 3 perspectives. First of all, the support from the Federation. I would really want to thank the Handball Federation. They've done beyond limits. They've exhausted themselves, I know. They've really been on these girls, giving all the support they can. That's on the Handball Federation of Nigeria. Then going to the Ministry of Sports and the government of Nigeria. In all sincerity, the government has not been encouraging. They've not supported these girls in any ramification, I can assure you that one. And in this China too, is the same story.
We have our president, and we are thankful to God for bringing him to us. And we are pleading to Nigerians, the ministry, to also help with financial support. Yeah, we actually, as a team, we don't have corporate wares, we don't have track and all, and we are going for a world championship.
And following Team Nigeria's disappointing performance at the Paris 2024 Olympics, Nigeria's Minister of Sports Development, John Eno, emphasized the importance of drawing lessons from the experience and preparing for the 2028 Games in Los Angeles. He made these remarks during a meeting with journalists at the Nigerian Embassy in France. In response, Nigerian athlete Peter Moreno called for a thorough reform within the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, urging the ministry to remove those who are hindering the progress of the nation's athletics.
And the board member needs to go. From the TD, from the president, all the way down to the AR, all of them, they need to go. We don't need them. We need new people that are actually angry to see Nigeria athletes do better. People that are thriving to make us do better, not the people we have on the board. You know, Nigerian athletics is like politics. When you take over, they suck you into their system and you become like them. Nothing changes. Just like our presidents, nothing changes. We need to get rid of.
And that's all at this hour. But before we go, we look at some of our top stories again. More victims allegedly shot by the army in Zaria during anti-hunger protests have been uncovered. Businessman Tony Elumelu has tasked government to expose those behind the stealing of Nigeria's crude oil. Finally, we told you that 2 children and 6 adults have been confirmed dead in Uganda landfill collapse. You can send your eyewitness report to the WhatsApp number and email on your screen. Do follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. Watch us live on DSTV, channel 422, Star Times, channel 274, Avo TV and YouTube. Many thanks for watching. I am Lekon Onobanjo.
Rejection of immunization by most communities in northern Nigeria remains a major issue for health experts. Some locals still fear the immunization exercise, given several reasons not limited to the free nature of the intervention, insisting they have to purchase medications even for headache when they are sick. Authorities are worried with this development.
Prevention is better than cure. Every mother will know the hardship she's going through when her child is sick, in terms of going to the hospital, in terms of time wasting, in terms of the money, especially now when the economic situation is really very hard. So getting your child immunized will save you a lot of difficulties.
Almost 2.2 million children are unimmunized in Nigeria, and it's a case of concern. And in Borno State, unfortunately, we have very high number of zero-dose children. And if the right steps, the right actions are not really taken, honestly, the impact will not be good.
This session represents a critical advancement in evidence-based advocacy, aiming to influence immunization financing and promote more effective health interventions across the country.
Our message to the parents, our message to the governor of Borno State, His Excellency and the Deputy Governor and the members of the State Assembly is to also ensure that they allocated adequate funding for immunization and also release the money so that our children in Borno State will be better immunized and they become healthy and prosperous and productive.
We have 8 zero-dose LG and it has been rebuilt. We don't have insecurity in these LGs. And yet they are among the zero-dose LGs. Then we need to ask ourselves, what is the issue?
The stakeholders encourage continued analysis of subnational immunization and primary health care budgets and financing using evidence-generated data towards taking deliberate steps to improve the system. In Maiduguri for News Central, Umaru Kirawa. Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, is now peaceful after the years of insurgency that ravaged many communities in the region. Through community engagement programs, these de-radicalized women discuss with families and individuals who have been affected by the conflict.
na zo gurin yan uwana kuma su ma su dinga hantara na suna nuna mana suna wancan dole ne zan ji ba na san su saboda haka ku yi hakuri muna ba ku hakuri ku yafe mana mu ƴaƴan ku ne ba yanda za ku yi da mu sai da ku yi hakuri da mu
kaman da ma afu binya andia ayo dia andia afujin da andia afu na don afu manyana da ingila ro kuru kana rigota
wanda ya zo a daji a sa shi a islamiyyar nan ana ɗaukawa muna tura musu suna gani ana karatun Kur'anin da gaske ana wa'azin da gaske wallahi wanda ya je don Allah ne zai zo sai dai kuma akwai bara a rasa masu son zuciya din ba.
The dialogue session between the de-radicalized women and community members in MMC aims to foster understanding, reconciliation and reintegration.
Due come the Rishi Gure, born the Ishimar, Bango Tara Wani, I Tara Wani, Guru Sasa, the Yanda, or the Soviet, Baru, I Tara come line.
Come Krata for Lusuran and Jewelry, Rex Euro Mia, Zawodoskin. Chaff and Dinner. Ada Euro from the Guru, son Krata, Kongaras, and the Wooden organization that Rocos and Maris and Maso Camaro, Dulio, Nebuza.
By fostering dialogue and building bridges between former insurgents, the community is slowly rebuilding trust and creating a foundation for sustainable peace.
Communities have said their own. These de-radicalized women have said their own on behalf of their other cohorts, and it helped. Only prayers is that we can be able to make such interventions to de-radicalize the real de-radicalization of the extremist ideologies in the young men, their leaders and others, so that we can correct the anomalies that has taken place in our society.
By continuing to engage in dialogue and finding ways to address the challenges of reintegration, they hope to create a society where everyone can live in peace and harmony. In Maiduguri for News Central, Umaru Kirawa.
My name is Aisha Yusufu. I've been given a place at the table to say things the way they are. There are a lot of people who are nameless, faceless, and voiceless, and they have to be seen in our country because we believe no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian. Join us on News Central.
Every day, you know you have made it when it ends on your face. I don't know what's real, don't know what's fake. Can anybody out there tell me what's really at stake? The feeling knows how I'm feeling better than I hear that. I don't wanna play this game no more. I don't wanna feed the flame no
Hello, and it's good to have you join us again on Maritime Radar. The port plays a key role in connecting nations, trades, and economies. This has a profound impact on trade volume and transport costs. However, the sector is confronted with many challenges, such as new standards and modernization to achieve international best practice, especially in the areas of security, safety, environmental management, port operation and services, the ever-evolving and changes in information technology, inter- and intra-regional competition, the ever-increasing size of ships, cargo handling equipment, and traffic growth, amongst others. Africa must have the ability to cope with such rapidly advancing realities in order to benefit from the trade opportunities. Addressing the several challenges confronting smooth port operations in Nigerian ports are some of the issues that will be on the front burner on today's show. I'm Norm Obiaswalo. The port and shipping industry in Africa are facing emerging challenges such as growing freight traffic, environmental concerns, operational challenges, and other disruptions occasioned by the global pandemic and more of infrastructural challenges which are crucial to an effective port operation. Therefore, the urgent need to turn to technology and digitalization has become imperative. To survive, we must embrace the new normal to ensure efficient port and shipping operations. Delivery operations, blockchain technology, drones, high bay storage system, data and analytics, digital exchange platforms are areas we must embrace. Before we get further into today's lineup on the program, let's find